Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Started Leveling System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Listening in on Izuku Midoriya's life could be described with that one onomatopoeia, and for the same reason he was never sure he could be a hero. His weak quirk, the gamer, which allowed him to quantify people's strength as a set of 5 stats. Strength and agility were pretty basic. They were strength and speed of the target, vigor was their durability and contributed to 2 stats, HP which represented how many hits they could take, and focus which was something like stamina. Intelligence and wisdom were stats that would show off how well your memory worked or how much info you could process. Wisdom also contributed to focus more than vigor did. Now I bet you are wondering what that all had to do with that one sound. Midoriya's childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, had developed a quirk that allowed him to cause explosions at the tips of his fingers and the center of his palms. Now this kid loved to pick on Midoriya, all because no one else could see his quirk. Now the quantifying of people's strength wasn't the only thing his quirk did. It made him into a game character himself. No injury is truly permanent, and his mind doesn't register things like pain or exhaustion in the same way. He could level up and gain skills just by repetition, hence his level 10 dish cleaning skill and a level 1 cooking skill from the few times he has had to. Although he himself is only level 2, all the bullying counted as combat enough for him to get some EXP. The one thing that stuck to Midoriya more than anything, it was his nickname that Bakugo gave him, Deku, or one who is useless. Deku himself had always wanted to be a hero and go to UA, the most prestigious hero school in the world. On one of his last few days in middle school, he decided to look over his stats while listening to the teacher. Well, I know all of you really want to go into the hero course, right? Expect. He looked over a piece of paper. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo want to try out of UA's hero course. The entire class went to silence and looked at Deku, in which he snapped back into reality and noticed the whole class looking at him. Yes sir? The class erupted with laughter with whispers in between. Look at him faking that quirk of his. I mean, who does he think he is fooling? No one really believed he had his quirk, but whatever. The worst thing was that he could never really get into RPGs to understand his power more. Of course, he still recorded down any hero's stats in a notebook when he could. The bell rang for the end of class as everyone cleared out except for the good old friend, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo walked in front of his desk, slamming his hands on it and brandishing his explosive power. So you think you can compete with me, Beach? You think you're worthless but could even come close to my excellence? Hell, you aren't even fit to lick my diamond shoes, he snarled out, his face only looking for and more furious. Deku stood up and looked him in the eyes. No, my quirk isn't nearly as impressive as yours, but I will get into UA and prove you wrong. He covered his mouth as he said this, and fear filled his eyes and face, draining the color out of him. Bakugo just growled and worked on his way out. If you really are a game character, why can't you use magic, fucker? Bakugo said quietly as he left, slamming the door, leaving Deku with the thought, why haven't I tried to use magic? A ton of game characters can, and they just use some sort of energy. This thought put Deku into overdrive about researching magic systems from a lore perspective on his phone as he walked home from school. On his walk he found one that said it was just focusing your energy to a point and making it take shape. So he tried it, and he gained a skill, Basic Focus Control Level 1. He opened it and read the skill, noticing that his focus had gone down 1 point. Basic Focus Control Level 1. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Drains 2 focus a second. Yes. In his eyes he did it. He could use magic, however barely possible it was, and now he looked at his focus, seeing it was only XX, and realized he had to get his stats up ASAP. He was already missing 2 just from moving it in his own. His walk home would soon be interrupted as behind him a sewer grate burst off the roadside, and as soon as he turned, was covered in a greenish-black slime, while it said something along the lines of, "This will be a great disguise, plain and boring." Deku screamed out as he couldn't breathe. He got a pop-up from his quirk saying, "Status effect suffocation. You are unable to breathe and are losing 0.5% of your HP a second. Adjusting for vigor, you are now losing 0.4999% of HP a second. Great, I finally figured out the best part of my quirk and I'm going to die, unless I can do something." He started to try to tear the slime off this mouth over and over, fingers sinking into the grotesque and slimy person until he got a pop-up, his health reaching 40% and then another right after new skill, tear off acquired. He did it, he got something he didn't care what it did and he decided to use it, ripping the slime out of his mouth while doing so. He let in a breath of fresh air and got a notification as he felt a hit on his head. Status effect. KO in effect, you will now be rendered unconscious. As soon as he saw that, he passes out, while feeling a great deal of wind. Feeling a slapping over and over on his face, Deku shot awake, only to be completely shocked at the man standing before him, All Might, the #1 hero. "Sealed you in my notebook please," Deku had barely stuttered out. "Ha! Check it, I already have. I must go now to make sure our little villain doesn't try to escape." All Might started to stretch and he crouched down. "Wait, I have one question for you, All Might. Is it possible to become a hero when you only just started to understand your quirk at my age?" All Might stopped in his tracks, figuring this would be something he could answer quickly. "Of course, kid. Hell, I only got a hang of mine right after high school started." With that, All Might had leapt away, creating a great gust of wind, knocking Deku over. He stared up with awe as All Might basically flew away. He noticed a pop-up after he had left. "Congrats, you have leveled up. You now have 5 more points to spend." He started back on his way home, making sure to keep moving his focus around and try to get a feel for it, and what he may be able to do with it. He just figured, why stop at learning focus and try to learn how to fight with something, because his hand are not going to work on villains like the one he had just dealt with. Once he got home and opened the door, his mother greeted him and he looked her in the eyes. "I need some sort of tool so I can fight. I won't be able to be a hero with my hands alone. Whether we sign me up for martial arts, or we just get me a blunt object, that is up to you." His mother stood and looked at him with shock. Just what had happened to him while he was on his way home today? She reached up and put her hand on his shoulder gently. "Okay, there is a dojo nearby that can teach you. They specialize in teaching mutants, but they should be able to teach you. Just please be careful, I know your quirk isn't as strong as others, so you may be picked on here." She looked at her son with worry, her eyes tearing up lightly. She pulled him in for a hug and he returned the favor, holding her tightly and rubbing her back. "I'll be fine, Mom. I just need to get stronger so I can keep up with other heroes." Sets of death. Level 3. HP, 120. Focus, 210. Strength, 9. Ability, Vigor, 6. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 10. Unspent points, 5. Skills. Tear Off Level 1. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 25% when using and costs 15 focus. Basic Focus Control Level 1. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Drains 2 focus a second. Dish Cleaning Level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking Level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Deku shot awake, sat up and jumped off his bed in one movement. Quickly running into the bathroom for a shower, he heard his mom making breakfast. As he got out, he ran downstairs already dressed in a white t-shirt with "suit" written on it and a pair of black track pants. 2 days have passed since his meeting with All Might and the meeting with that pile of goo that called themselves a villain. He was excited for his first day at the dojo, to the point where he had forgotten to say good morning to his mom as he started to down rice and egg. He rushed to clean his dishes, as if his quirk wouldn't help him with that, and he ran to the door putting his shoes on. As he ran out the door, "Bye Mom, see you later," he yelled as he left. He was excited to be on his way, ready to learn how to fight, or better yet how to protect others. Of course he was wondering, what kind of quirks will others in the class have? It was a dojo that did specialize in training mutants after all. Anyone could be anything. As he walked into the rather dingy place, he was greeted by a teen, around his own age, wearing a GI and a black belt. He had very plain-looking blonde hair in a sharp widow's peak, only it was a combed-down version. He seemed very bland except for one thing, a long muscular tail he was swinging around slowly behind him. "Hello, welcome to my family's dojo, how may I help you?" Spoken calmly while scanning Deku up and down. "Yes, my mom signed me up online yesterday. You said your family owned this place, right? You must be really good at martial arts." Deku scanned him up and down as well, especially his tail, wondering what exactly it was capable of, as well as how powerful it could be. "Oh, so you're the new student? I'm Masahiro Ojiro. Are you a transformer? We don't get a ton of those, but it's fine. How long were you thinking of staying with us, and what's your quirk?" As Masahiro looked Deku over again, he just couldn't help but think to himself, "Man, this kid looks as bland as me, but weaker. Yes, but I'm not an emitter, I think. I think I'm defined as a mutant. My quirk makes it so injuries I take aren't permanent, but I think it's more like a passive quirk, so it lets me be like an RPG main character." Masahiro just blinked and looked at him for half a second before laughing, before slowing down and stopping once he realized this weak and timid boy was serious. "Really? Do you have levels and stats too?" Deku just nodded and let out a sigh. "On top of that, I also can gain skills by repetition and can use focus. I also have a hit point meter that warns me about damage I am taking. I have status pop-ups and everything." Deku just looked at the boy waiting for his response. Masahiro stepped closer and slapped Deku on the shoulder hard, laughing. One of Deku's hit points went down. "That really is quite a quirk. Hell, it sounds overpowered alone. What do you mean you can use focus? Is it like mana in other games?" Masahiro stepped closer and pulled Deku in, holding him by one shoulder as he led him around the dojo. Although there wasn't much to see. A few rooms covered in steel with a soft floor padding, a very large bathroom with stalls to fit mutants, a changing room and a sauna. Yes, although I haven't tried doing anything but moving it around my own body. It takes up my meter just to do that much. Deku laughed nervously as the other boy was basically pulling him around the dojo, until he noticed it was pretty much empty. "Are there any other students?" Masahiro's face went sour. "You will be the only one, and I will be the one training you. The reason this dojo exists is my family had been martial artists for a long time, and once quirks started to develop, my great-great-grandfathers started to teach mutants using martial arts. The issue you see is that no one needs someone else to teach their kids anymore, when they had the quirk the whole time. So you will be my first student. Ready to work hard?" Masahiro said, smiling though the sad thought he had just let out. "Yes, sir." Deku stated, ready to go at it and work as hard as he had to in order to be a hero. He got changed into a GI and got a pop-up. Special outfit acquired. Unarmed attacks damage increased by 10%. As he walked out, he looked at Masahiro and slapped his face with both hands. "I'm ready, but I need to tell you as soon as I put this on I got a status bonus to unarmed attacks, so don't be surprised if I hit harder than I look like I can." "Okay, I will remember that. Also, if that works for your hero outfit, that's just broken." Masahiro gets into a ready position with his arms up and legs slightly spread. "Punch me. Are you sure?" "I don't want to hurt you," Deku said, shaking slightly. "I'm sure, if I got hurt by your little punch, I wouldn't have this black belt on at all. So throw your little punch and then we will see." Deku threw his punch with all his might and Masahiro just casually threw it to the side, bringing Deku along with it. Deku looked slightly distraught. Yeah, he had never thrown a real punch at someone. It still hurt that someone was able to dodge his full force punch. He looked up at Masahiro and the teen nodded at him to continue. Deku threw another strong punch at Masahiro, which again was sent over to the side, this time with enough force to push Deku onto the ground. So they kept at it. Deku kept getting up and throwing a punch only to get thrown by Masahiro. Eventually he got a pop and threw up his hand. Masahiro nodded and sat down. Deku opened the pop-up and then saddened at the information. New skill, Useless Assault Level 1. when attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 10 focus. I got a weird new skill. I don't know how because I haven't been dodging, but I got a feint into a dodge. He looked around his body, noticing he really wasn't damaged. I'm surprised you didn't notice that you have been dodging most of my counters. It just lead to you eating dirt instead of a fist. So I think it's time for me to teach you an attack. Do you know if skill books work with your quirk? Mashareo helped Deku up and wiped his own brow of sweat. Because that would make teaching you the basics really easy. Wait, do you mean like books that characters can learn if they have a high enough stat? I don't know, wanna try? Deku dusted any dust off of himself and stretched. Thinking him getting thrown around like that is almost as bad as Kachan blowing me up. Mashareo had left the room, leaving Deku alone in the room. He laid down flat and stared at the ceiling, waiting for Mashareo to return. Deku opened his eyes as his breath rushed out of his lungs, books being dropped on his chest. Mashareo stood there over him, smiling. Wake up, sleepyhead. I went out and made copies of these books from before quirks were the norm. Deku started to sit up as he grabbed the top book on the pile, The Basics of Karate. As soon as he picked it up, a pop-up appeared. Would you like to learn this skill? Wyan. Of course, Deku picked yes, and the pop-up changed to strength required, 10, vigor required. So what's going on with that book in your hand? You have been staring at the cover for like a whole minute. Don't tell me you can't read. Huh, no, I can learn the book like you thought. I just need a higher strength and vigor before I can. I have the points to, the only issue is if I want to increase them. Deku looked at the book and then decided to just go for it, increasing his strength and vigor to match the requirements. The book turned into a bunch of greenish orbs that then flowed into Deku. New skill, Basic Martial Arts Level 1. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 20% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. I guess I know how to fight now. Can I try to throw another punch? Deku got up and stood in position, one foot in front of the other and slightly spread apart. He moves his arm out at Mashareo and pulls it back before he can counter. Deku shot out a punch from the other side, forcing Mashareo to block with his tail. Nice job, but this isn't enough for you to fight with in real combat. Mashareo pat Deku on the shoulder and walked by him, tripping him with his tail. Gotcha, Mashareo said, snickering as he walked by. Change and head on home for the day. Deku got up and went into the changing room, getting out of his GI and into his everyday clothes, getting the notification. Removing the set will reduce your unarmed damage by 10%. That will get annoying eventually. Hell, it already is. As soon as Deku got home, he yelled out a greeting for his mom and she can hurrying over. She hugged him tightly and he returned the favor. Mom, I am fine, plus I don't need to go back if you don't want me to. I can learn everything I need to learn here. I would prefer to go there to train, but if you really don't want me to, I can stop. Plus my sensei was really nice. He has a huge tail as his quirk. Well, I mean, if you really want to, and you aren't banged up too much while you were there. Go ahead, but I don't want to see you come home with any broken bones or anything. Inko Midoriya held on to her son for a little while longer as he hugged her back. She left go and went to finish making dinner. While Deku went into the living room and sat down. He worked on moving his focus around his body, and thought about what he would need as a hero. He thought about capturing villains with chains. He began to think of the focus as a chain coming from his arm. Deku could feel his focus moving in his arm like a snake coiling in his muscles. He got a pop-up, Basic Focus Control Level 2. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. You can now use the first step of emitting focus. This skill costs 1 focus a second to use. Sets of Deck, Level 3. HP, 160. Focus, 230. Strength, 10. Vigor, 8. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 10. Unspent points, 2. Skills. Tear Off Level 1. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 25% when using and costs 15 focus. Basic focus control level 2. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. You can now use the first step of emitting focus. This skill costs 1 focus a second to use. Dish cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless assault level 1. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 10 focus. Basic martial arts level 1. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 20% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Deku got up from his spot on the couch and stretched his arms about. He has heard his mom call him in for dinner, as that meant training was over for the day. He wandered him ways into the kitchen and slid into the chair slowly. Between the beating he had gotten at the dojo today and him working on doing anything whatsoever with focus other than moving it in his body, Deku thanked his mom for the food and began to dig in, dowing a fish and some rice. As Deku was eating, he decided that just because his mom doesn't want him training at the table, doesn't mean she has to know. He continued to move the focus around his body, getting it to feel like the chains in his muscles. He kept trying to tighten and loosen the chains, to no avail. As soon as Deku took his last bite of fish, he fell over, passing out and slamming into the floor. Inko rushed over to her son as she watched him drop, using her quirk to slow his fall, making sure his head didn't hit the ground. Inko picked him up and rushed Deku onto the couch, calling the paramedics quickly arrive and carry him off in the ambulance. Deku later wakes up on a hospital bed, dressed in a patient's gown. He starts to sit up and looks over to see Inko sitting in a chair, fast asleep. Deku rubs his head and decides to look at his stats. Seeing his focus that he looked around for a clock to try to find out how long he had been out cold. Seeing one on his nightstand it read off 8. I was only out for about 2 hours. At least I know what happens if I drain my focus now, he thought to himself. He got up and stretched, causing Inko to shoot awake. Izuku, what are you doing? Lie back down and get some rest, Inko said as she got up to get him back into the bed. Mom, I'm fine. I already have been asleep for a couple hours. I don't need any more rest. Trust me, I want to get home so I can go to the dojo tomorrow and train. Deku was smiling brightly and full of energy. Izuku, you've been asleep for 2 days. The doctors said it was as if you were dead. Other than a pulse and brain activity, everything else was working at an extreme minimum. They weren't sure if you were going to ever wake up. As Inko said this, her eyes welled with tears and she started to let them out in a waterfall of sadness. Deku just had a face of shock. I had been out cold for 2 whole days. And in a near-death state. He just sat there thinking for a little while until he spoke up. I'll be fine, Mom. It was just some kickback to using my quirk. I'll be careful not to let it happen again. Plus I am sure that it won't happen again. Deku got up and walked around, stretching his sore muscles. He looked at his mostly drained focus bar and sighed lightly. He also noticed 2 unread notifications that he decided to open. Your observation skills have helped you learn about your quirk. You gained 1 wisdom point. You wore your focus to empty. You have gained 1 vigor point. Huh, I guess I can get points from training. Well then I might have been lying to Mom a minute ago. Not too soon after Deku woke up, he was released from the hospital and allowed to go home. Once home, Deku was still tired and went to his room, flopping his body onto the bed and passing out almost immediately. As he lay there asleep, Inko peeked in on him, her face flushed and full of worry. What if his quirk kills him one of these days? I don't want him to keep going to that dojo. I'm going to cancel his classes. Inko thought to herself, ready to do anything to keep Deku safe, not knowing Deku would do just about anything to get stronger. The next morning Deku had woken up and gotten ready for the day, even doing some stretches as if that mattered for his body. He went to the kitchen and grabbed some cereal. It seemed like his mom was still asleep. Deku quickly finished his food and ran his way over to the dojo. As he rounded the corner, he could see Masahiro sitting outside, balancing on his tail with his legs crossed in a meditative state. Deku walked up to him and waited for a second before Masahiro opened one of his eyes. Yes? He had said it in a coarse, almost angry tone. Deku looked at him with shock. Are you okay? You seem kind of upset. What happened? Deku said, just looking at the boy on his tail curiously. Deku couldn't think of anything that he did that would piss him off. So first you don't show up to class for 2 days, then you cancel your classes and have the audacity to ask me what's wrong? You could almost see a vein popping out of Masahirio's forehead. He also lost his balance on his tail and fell flat onto the ground. I was in the hospital, and what do you mean I canceled my classes? I don't know what you're talking about, Masahiro. Deku's face was one of confusion, and honestly he was just that, confused. He had absolutely no clue whatsoever what Masahiro was talking about. Well then I guess you can't be blamed for missing classes, but I am guessing your mom canceled your classes. Well, I mean, it's not like you can't keep coming. I won't train you, but we can hang out. You seem nice enough and your power is cool. I can help you learn about it and maybe help level your skills a bit if I have free time. Just don't bug me too much when I'm meditating. I need to figure out my spirit animal. Masahiro shrugged as he rebalanced on his tail without using his legs to stand up. Deku looked at him kind of sideways. You'll let me train here without paying? Thank you very much. Deku said while quickly bending down for a bow, leading to him slipping forward and slamming his head on the pavement, and knocking himself out cold. Masahiro quickly helped him into the dojo and laid him down on the mat. Masahiro then got back into his position. Eventually Deku woke up and studied Masahirio's position and got into a matching one. He sat there and made his mind empty. He looked into his focus as if it were a sea. It moved slowly in his body and watched it flow. He sat there peacefully until he was brought out of it by a pop-up. New skill, Meditation Level 1, you have started down the path of a martial artist. Reach Level 10 in this skill to unlock your spirit animal and techniques to match. This skill requires you to have at least 50% focus to use but drains none. Deku was pumped up to level this skill as soon as he could. He got back into the position and activated this new skill and noticed that his focus was draining slowly. He stopped to look at it again and noticed that whenever he activated meditation, it also activated basic focus control. Leading to Deku thinking, what if they are really one in the same? Can I dual level them? Deku quickly went at it and began to meditate throughout the hours. Masahiro stopped to get lunch, and saw Deku meditating, deciding to not bother him. He only saw me meditating today and decided to go at it right away. What a cool weirdo, Masahiro thought to himself. As Masahiro came back from lunch, Deku was standing there stretching his arms and yawning. What happened to meditating there so diligently? Did you get bored like I do? Masahiro cracked at Deku as he closed the door behind him with his tail. Ran out of focus. I have to train something else until tomorrow. Do you have anything you don't mind if I rip up by any chance? Deku started to do squats into jumping jacks. Dude, I live in a dojo and you are asking if I have anything that you can tear or break. We have wooden boards, metal plates, and surprisingly a sheet ton of phone books. Masahiro looked at Deku like he was a total idiot, which in this moment he was. Masahiro left for a few moments only to come back with each hand full of boards and phone books, and his tail wrapped around a few metal plates. Take your pick, man. Thanks, Masahiro-senpai. Deku looked super pumped up and grabbed onto one of the metal plates using tear off to try to rip it, leading to nothing happened. Deku tried again with one of the wooden boards, again to no avail. He tried one last time with the phone book, ripping it halfway through, and his face lit up with joy and excitement. I did it! Deku yelled out, even jumping with joy. Kinda, Masahiro jabbed at him. Keep working at whatever you're doing. Deku looked at him with confusion and then realized that he hadn't told Masahiro anything about his encounter with that pile of grime and meeting the number 1 hero, All Might. So Deku decided to do just that and tell Masahiro everything about the days before he started to come to the dojo. You met All Might? The number 1 hero. No way, dude, that's way too cool. I know, right? I mean, I wish I got to ask him more questions, but I got one off. Can I be a hero even if I only started to get my quirk starting now? He told me. Deku put on his best All Might impression. Of course, kid, hell, I only got a hang of mine right after high school started. Deku dropped his impression. Then he just jumped away with the villain trapped in a Coca-Cola bottle. Deku grabbed another one of the phone books and used tear off again. Can you keep bringing me these, please? Or just a bunch of them so I can keep using my skill? Deku put his hand behind his head, blushing while smiling. Fine, then I'm going back to meditating. Mashireo left and brought back an uncountable amount of phone books on a small cart. Deku's face flushed and he gasped as he saw them. This enough for ya? Deku just nodded his head and went at it. He kept tearing through the books until he skill leveled up into Tear Off Level 2. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 30% when using and costs 15 focus. As soon as Deku got his level up, he told Mashireo that he was leaving and packed up. He continued to come to Mashireo's home just about every day and sometimes staying over the night, with his mom's permission of course. They trained during the weekdays after school and hung out, palling around during their Sundays. On their Saturdays they trained the hardest. Throughout their training Deku had leveled up twice, and spent a few of his points. Deku before training time skip. Level 3. HP, 180. Focus, 255. Strength, 10. Vigor, 9. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 11. Unspent points, 2. Skills. Tear Off Level 2. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 30% when using and costs 15 focus. Basic Focus Control Level 2. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. You can now use the first step of emitting focus. This skill costs 1 focus a second to use. Dish Cleaning Level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking Level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless Assault Level 1. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 10 focus. Basic Martial Arts Level 1. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 20% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Meditation Level 1. You have started down the path of a martial artist. Reach Level 10 in this skill to unlock your spirit animal and techniques to match. This skill requires you to have at least 50% focus to use but drains none. Deku's stats after training time skip. Level HP, 240. Focus, 345. Strength, 18. Agility, 15. Vigor, 12. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 15. Unspent points, 0. Skills. Tear Off Level 6. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 40% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic Focus Control Level 5. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 5 inches of your body without costing focus. Every additional inch beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish Cleaning Level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking Level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless Assault Level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic Martial Arts Level 3. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 30% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Meditation level 9. You have started down the path of a martial artist. Reach level 10 in this skill to unlock your spirit animal and techniques to match. This skill requires you to have at least 50% focus to use but drains none. This skill requires you to be still and be in focus of nothing. Focused puncture level 2. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 20% of both and ignoring 20% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. I think that we're ready for the entrance exam, Ojiro. What do you think? Deku said confidently, wiping sweat off his forehead and helping Mashireo off the floor. Mashireo himself covered in dirt and bruises, laughing. I sure as hell know you are Izuku. I'm not too sure myself after the beating I just took. I mean Demon Man. Couldn't you hold back just a bit? Mashireo accepted Deku's help up and Mashireo brushed himself off. Sorry I couldn't help myself with this being our last spar or even training before the exam. I wanted to go all out and see if I could really step up to you. I mean I guess I'm stronger than you for now. Deku blushed a deep red as he helped his now best friend up off the mat. They had spent months training together, and now it was time for the biggest day of their lives. Tomorrow was the UA entrance exam and the start to Deku's path of being the #1 hero. Deku had gotten up early to leave before his mom woke up, and went to Mashireo's house to talk before the exam. He stopped by and knocked on the door of the dojo waiting for a few minutes until he saw Mashireo running towards him from around the corner. He was dripping with sweat as if he had been running for hours. He walked up to Deku with his breath ragged, and his hand on the wall holding him up. Hey, what's up, Izuku? You came so we could go to UA together. Yeah, I did. Let me guess you didn't sleep well? Also, I just remembered I never asked you this, but what's a spirit animal? Deku helped Mashireo into the dojo to sit down and sat down himself, his hands on his lap. And why are you only just asking about that now? I mean, let me explain it quick before you answer. Your spirit animal is something that matches your personality and beliefs. It also decides your fighting style when it comes to this dojo. Mashireo explained while trying to catch his breath. He almost started wheezing while explaining it. Well, I'm asking because I'm close to getting mine. One more level on meditation and I will know, and get new techniques. I mean, it's no big deal. Deku just smiled and looked at an extremely deadpan face of Mashireo, who then closed his eyes and breathed deeply. What do you mean it's no big deal? That's something most people have to train for years to get. Mashireo quickly calmed down and we flushed blue from a lack of breath. He caught his breath and just stared at the now quivering Deku, who looked like a kid who just got scolded, tears in his eyes. Sorry, Deku let out lightly and looked at Mashireo, now standing over him. He got up and bumped his fist on his chest, for not telling you sooner. We should get going to UA. I mean, they aren't gonna wait for us. Mashireo just nodded and they gathered up their stuff for the written exam. Along the way to a window crashed out of a building next to them, and a man who had flesh like spikes running up his arms and replacing his hair landed on Mashireo's head, jumping off it and knocking Mashireo out due to the unexpected force of his full body weight. Deku looked over and the building had been a bank, and the man had just left with 2 large bags. Deku took it upon himself to at least slow down the man escaping with what he assumed was money or other valuables. He figured his agility stat was at least higher than most people unless they used their quick to boost it. Wait, why haven't I thought of trying to look at other people's stats before? Questions for later, Deku thought to himself. He began to chase after the mystery man down an alley and yelled at him, "Stop, you're breaking multiple laws involvable ing the use of quirks in public and committing robbery." Oh, a goody two-shoes, huh? Well then I guess I'm ending a kid's life today. The man said this in almost a snarl. Deku froze for a second hearing that, realizing that meant he had a way to attack from range. Deku grabbed a metal trash can lid to use as a shield and kept running after him. The man's hair started to shoot out at Deku and he held up the lid, blocking the spikes. Deku watched as his hair quickly regrew and shot again. Deku crouched as he ran to let the lid block most of his body. Spikes quickly filled the now punctured and dented metal. You couldn't really tell it was a trash can lid at this point anymore. What it? Deku thought to himself as he chucked the remainder of metal at the man with his full force. Due to you attacking me, I am now allowed legal to use my quirk in full force. Deku yelled as he ran at full speed now, easily catching up to and slightly ahead of the man attacking him. His face was full of shock and anger. Deku moved his fist in to punch him as he brought his spiky arms up to block and skewer his fist at the same time. Deku quickly used useless assault to force himself to miss. The man thought this was an opportunity to attack, and in turn was dodged, leaving Deku to the side to punch him clean in the ribs, using focused puncture. The man started to tumble on the pavement, and got up quickly to land a barrage of spike towards Deku, at which point he dived behind a nearby space in between two buildings. As Deku left the mini alleyway he had dived into, he saw a figure behind the spiky man and then he saw it disappear from view. The next second he saw a man fly through the thief and next to him. Are you alright? The figure was a full-suited hero with a long red cape and a white body with yellow numbers that showed 1 million. He had spiky yellow hair along with a face shield that matched, and a huge smile across his face. His blue pants similar to the UA outfit he had seen watching the UA Sports Festival. All Deku could this was, he reminds me of All Might. And he nodded. Good. The boy standing in front of him started to laugh. I saw that punch you got off on him, although I couldn't see much after that. I got it from here. Deku watched as the man he had just seen almost fall into the ground and pop up right below the man who had stolen from the bank, leaving him unconscious with a high-speed uppercut. He just looked at Deku and asked him, what did he do anyway? Other than attack you, of course. You had to be chasing him for some reason. Also, where were you going so early in the morning that you can waste time chasing bad guys? Deku's face sank with the realization that he still had to get him and Mashireo, who is now out cold to you at OHNO the entrance exam. Deku yelled as soon as he started to run back to Mashireo. He turned back to the hero and yelled, he robbed a bank, I have to go or I'll miss my chance at you. The hero's smile got even larger than before as he thought to himself, what a heroic, great and troublemaking junior to have. I think I will have to talk to Principal Nizu about him. With that, Deku rushed himself and the now barely conscious Mashireo to UA before the exams had begun. The lot of the students had already taken the written exam and were brought to an auditorium where Deku ended up sitting next to his worst nightmare. Rather, what would have been his worst nightmare if he hadn't been training the past 10 months with Mashireo. I mean, sure, Keiichi-chan is powerful and scary, but not as much as someone who has a tail and been doing martial arts their whole life. Deku had just looked at Bakugo and smiled and shyly said, Hey Kasian, how are you? Bakugo looked at Deku and then looked forward. Shut it, Deku. I'm here to pass, not make friends or talk to dumbass. Got it? Deku just nodded and sat down, at which point the lights went out and a single spotlight shined down on one person with hair almost like a yellow paintbrush and a black yet shiny coat. Auriite, are you ready to rock? Deku instantly knew who it was from the voice alone. Deku started to mumble all about the hero at the stand. That's Present Mike, the voice hero. He has a podcast every single Friday called Put Your Hands Up Radio. I listen in every time, but of course UA would have such a big and popular hero working here. I mean, it's UA, the biggest hero high school in the entirety of Japan. Who else would they hire? Deku had been listening clearly as Present Mike called on a student holding up the sheet of paper they had all been given. So you had said that there were 3 robots with each one being worth a different amount of points, but there are clearly 4 robots on this sheet. If this is a mistake, it would be an outrageous stain on a school as prestigious school as UA. Also you there with the plain and messy looking hair. Please stop mumbling. Do you think that UA is some game or a joke? He was pointing directly at Deku, which had caused him to shrivel up a bit in his seat and sit quietly until the end of the speech. Present Mike had answered about a 4th robot that was a 0-pointer there as a distraction. Each student was told to go to the gate letter that matched the one on the sheet they were given. Once Deku walked up to the gate, he looked up in awe. Wow, they have a whole city, and based on how they labeled our sheets, they have more than one. It's huge. At this point, the boy from before walked up to with a stern face. Why are you trying to ruin people's odds at success? Are you planted here by UA to distract people? Deku just looked shocked and then went into his mumble state again. I mean, it would make sense that UA would make the exam hard as possible but others to sabotage the odds of students? It's completely possible for that be a reality. As he kept on rambling, the boy from before just walked away, realizing that he is either just like this or he is really committed to his role. The doors opened and a few students dashed into the area. It took a few seconds for most students to realize that there was no countdown. It was just go for it. Deku dashed in and came across a one-pointer, at which point, it was quickly blown to pieces by a blue laser. Merci, my plain-looking friend. Although I don't think I will see much of you at a later date. The blonde, what Deku could assume was a Frenchman, ran off to get more points. At this point Deku had gotten no points even though he spent all that time training his stats and skills. He came across one of the robots, at which point he saw it fall flat. Sorry, I had to take that from you. Good luck. He heard a feminine voice nearby but saw no one. He kept running, unable to get any points. If he found one, it was quickly blown apart by someone with a long-range attack. I need to increase the range I can work at, Deku thought to himself, along with, I wonder if Casey-chan is having the same issue or has he found a way to close the long to mid-range gap his quirk leaves? Deku didn't have time to think about that as a large robot came in, smashing a building that was not too far from him. His face filled with panic and worry for a moment. That's the 0-pointer. He was about to run when he heard a voice cry out for help. It was a girl with brown hair trapped under some rubble. He thought for a second about it, but he didn't have a skill powerful enough to break the concrete covering her, but meditation was almost leveled. He went with that and sat down, clearing his head. Only one word remained, that he couldn't clear no matter what, protect, and with that his skill leveled and his head was filled with the one animal, turtle. With this he gained 2 new skills. Turtle Shell Shield Level 1. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 5 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's Mind Level Max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom, an increase of 25%. Hopefully this works. Deku ran up to the robot and put up his shield to try and stop in its tracks. Surprisingly, this worked, to an extent. He slowed it down, gaining the attention of everyone else. The boy who had pointed out his mumbling from before came flying in and slammed into the joint near the bottom of the tracks, causing that side to stop. A blue laser flew through the other side's joint, tearing it out. The boy that shot the laser fell over, as so did Deku, ignoring the pop-up warning about low focus. He also got another pop-up. Congrats! You made an achievement possible. You forced the students to work together on destroying the 0-pointer. Due to this you will gain a new skill on Wake Up and 5 whole more points to spend on stats. Deku later woke up in his bed with a letter left on his desk. He assumed this was the UA letter. He held it in his hand, knowing that he had only helped in stopping the large 0-pointer. He wasn't sure if he was going to be let in, or if he was even qualified to be in remedial classes. Not to mention he wasn't even sure if he did well on the written exam. He opened it to find a hologram projector and hit play, astonished to see All Might there in a suit. Hello, young Izuku Midoriya. You were unable to get a single point in the practical exam. However, you did score almost perfect in the written exam. The biggest part you scored in was in hero points. Especially after young Mirio told us about how you helped take down a villain in public. So welcome to UA High School. Deku was stunned. He did it. He made it into the best school in Japan. Then he remembered that he got a new skill. He decided to check it out. Congrats on the achievement. Pick one of the 3 following skills. Tough Skin Level 1. This is a passive skill that increases your HP by 10%. Focus Muscle Level 1. This skill allows you to increase the focus in your muscles as you are using them, to increase for a burst of speed, strength, or durability. It costs 30 to use and can cost health if you overuse it. Power Throw Level 1. With this skill you channel focus into something you are about to throw. increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds you wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 10 focus to use this skill. Deku hadn't realized that he would be picking his skill, so he decided to hold it off for now. Although he would most likely go with Power Throw to help with his lack of long-range skills. He needed to cover every base to help as many people as possible. He spent his extra 5 points and laid back down, deciding to go right back asleep. Deku's stats. Level HP 300. Focus 420. Strength 20. Agility 15. Vigor 15. Intelligence 15. Wisdom 15, plus 3 from Turtle's mind. Then spend points 0. Skills. Tear Off level 6. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 40% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic Focus Control level 5. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 5 inches of your body without costing focus. Every additional inch beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish Cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless Assault level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic Martial Arts level 3. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 30% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Focused Puncture level 2. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 20% of both and ignoring 20% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. Power Throw level 1. With this skill you channel focus into something you are about to throw, increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds you wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 10 focus to use this skill. Turtle Shell Shield level 1. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 5 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's Mind level max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom, an increase of 25%. I had been 2 days since Deku had been accepted into UA. He had spent the first day celebrating with his mom and his dad over video call. Although his dad only being able to be on call on his break during work. He has been in the USA working and sending them over money so they could continue to live in Japan. He spent the next day with Masahiro and celebrating in their own way, talking about what they did in the exam. Masahirio's story wasn't that impressive, in which he just broke bots and ran from the 0-pointer. Although they did it while not together, they made it into UA, the best school for heroes, the school that taught all might. On the first day of school, Deku had walked out to the dojo to meet up with Masahiro and they would walk together to UA. This is more or less because their walk on the first time over was interrupted by a bank robbery. What a classic crime. What kind of person thinks they can get away with that by themselves level ES unless they had a crazy powerful quirk like All Might's or mine with quite a few more years on it? Deku thought to himself as they passed by the bank. They walked and talked, mostly in small talk and guessing who their teachers are going to be. They were stopped when a hero that was oddly familiar stopped them. It was the hero that had finished off the villain. Hey there, young troublemaker. It looks like you got into UA. I hope my talking to Principal Nizu helped you out. Man, does he like to talk over tea. The figure laughs lightly as Mashareo looks up to him in confusion and giving a questioning look to Deku. Wait, right. Ojirio, this is the pro hero who captured the bank robber who knocked you out. He also reminded me that we had to hurry to UA to make it in time. Also, I guess his name is Mirio. All Might mentioned that someone spoke up for me by that name, so thank you very much. Deku bowed down towards Mirio and Mashareo copied him. Thank you, sir, for helping my friend get into UA. Without him, this whole experience would have been full of guilt for not training hard enough with him so we could both get in. Deku's face started to leak tears slowly and he quickly wiped them away. Mirio put his hand on Deku's shoulder and smiled. Well, it wasn't because of me. I heard you while fighting that hedgehog. You mentioned that because he had used his quirk to attack you that you could now use full force and quickly overpowered him. Your power doesn't look flashy, but DMN, is it effective? That makes you great for hero work, at least the practical part of it. Mirio laughed as he kept walking along. I've got to finish my patrol before class's troublemaker. Maybe I will see you in school. Deku took a second before he actually processed what he said. He was still a student. Wait, that means he isn't even a pro and he took down a villain so quick. Amazing. Deku thought to himself. As Deku and Mashareo made their way up to the gates of UA, the girl which Deku had moved forward to stop the robot was standing there and looking around. She lit up and ran over when she saw Deku. Thank you so much for putting your life on the line for me. I heard what you yelled when you went up to the 0-pointer. You weren't sure if you would be crushed or you could stop it. I'm really glad you made it into UA and I hope to see you later. She ran off with a slightly red face. Deku, on the other hand, had a face redder than Endeavor's fire. He was still shell-shocked from a sudden barrage of words from a girl his own age. Mashareo just started to drag them towards their class. On the way there, Mashareo heard Deku mumble something about, I just talked to a girl, but he couldn't make it out fully. Although Deku wasn't going to hear the end of it once he came to. Which happened soon before they walked in, to see Bakugo and the straight-laced boy from before going at it. Get your feet off the desk. It is highly disrespectful to both the school and the students that were here before use. Deku just looked like he was going to puke. First off, his childhood bully was already there, not that he thought he couldn't make it, and now this loud and stern, stick up the butt, type 2. Both people that seemed like they didn't like him. The straight-laced boy walked up to him and bowed. I'm sorry for thinking you were out to stop us. It's thanks to you that I was able to figure out the real point of the exam. How are you feeling after passing out? Deku was just shocked. First by the fact that someone could so openly admit their mistake and apologize for it, and second by him being worried for him after giving him a scolding. I'm fine, but what about you? You kicked the 0-pointer head-on and with your speed that must have hurt. Also, why did you come back and attack the robot anyway? Deku was again turning red slowly. It's thanks to you that I found out that the exam's true purpose was to help and protect the other students. When I saw you run up to stop the robot to help the other students that were trapped, I couldn't help but think that we should stop it at all costs. The straight-laced man gave him a thumbs up and then reached his hand out. My name is Tenya Ida. I'm Izuka Mid. You're Deku and you know it, you piece of shit. Just accept it. You know you're all worse than me, other than the two fuckers who got in here on recommendation. I bet it helps having family in high places. Bakugo had cut off Deku and at this point stood on the table. At which point the girl from before had walked in and heard him cut off Deku, and then quickly saw Mashareo's tail swipe him off the table, sweeping his ankles and glaring at the boy now on the floor. Slurp, wow, you all are energetic and completely, you all want to fight so much, we will do that. Teams of 4, everyone get together now. They all looked at the burrito of a man lying on the floor in a yellow sleeping bag at the door. There was an empty juice box on the ground next to his face. Now, the class realized that this must be their teacher, so they grouped up. Deku was with the girl. He still didn't know the name of Mashareo and Tenya. Bakugo had gotten with a boy with red spiky hair, a pink girl and a boy with black spiky hair pointing downwards, and some sort of growth at his elbows. Deku didn't have time to worry about the other groups. He was just focused on Bakugo and his team. The students had gotten changed and met outside, now in their gym clothes. They had been brought out to one of the cities built by UA. What they assumed was, teacher gave them each a building. Okay, now fight the people you grouped up with. If you all want to be illogical, then I'll give it a try. The first person to be knocked out or wrapped up in the tape that's on your uniforms will be expelled. That means 5 of you are going home. You each must start on your own floor and there will be no teamwork. Good luck. They all looked at each other in shock. They all had to fight with who they grouped up with? So anyone who knew the other's quirk was at a disadvantage. Anyone who knew each other and teamed up for that reason also now had to try not to run into their friends. Deku had just stayed quite along with Tenya and Mashareo, however the girl with the brown hair spoke up. Well, let's at least give it our best. I'm sure the 3 of you won't hold back, so I won't either. I need to become a hero. Her determination lit a fire under the other 3 in the group, at which point Deku called the top floor and Mashareo the bottom one. They always had a plan for if they both had to fight the same villain that Deku would go high and Mashareo low, so they applied it to this too. If they were opposites, it would be easier for them not to be the first knocked out, since they knew each other's fighting style so well. Deku rushed up the stairs, then sat down to regain his energy faster. The teacher held up an air horn and blew it, meaning it was time to start. Deku sat on the top floor and waited. He figured one of the other 2 would come for him sooner than later. What he wasn't expecting was the door to fly off its hinges and fly at him. Tenya had broken down the door with the aim of hitting Deku and knocking him out quickly. The biggest downside was Deku wasn't anywhere near the door, or at an angle to get hit by it. Tenya rushed in to kick at Deku's head, causing him to put up turtle shell shield on his head. This caused Tenya to use it as a jumping-off point to back up and regain his calm. He didn't say anything and just stared Deku down. They looked at each other for a little while before Deku picked up the door that had been launched. He doesn't know the true nature of my quirk. His best guess is most likely that I can make a turtle shell anywhere on my body to shield me. I can use this to my advantage. Deku thought to himself. All right, before Tenya jumped at him using his quirk to increase his speed, Deku moved the door and swung at him, using useless assault. Tenya saw the door, and it was easy enough to dodge, but he wasn't expecting Deku to miss by that much. He must not be good at offense. Makes sense with a quirk like that. Tenya though, as he smiled. Deku dodged a counter kick that Tenya threw at him, putting him in a prime spot to dash out the doorway. He used tear off on the door, ripping it in half, and used power throw on one half at Tenya. Tenya put up his arms to block it, getting knocked back by the sudden attack that he in all honesty wasn't expecting at all from someone with a defensive quirk. Tenya skids against the floor and hits the window, cracking it, his arms purple. He runs out the doorway to find Deku and can't see him on either side. Deku had been planning this. He drops down from the ceiling and slams the half a door on Tenya's head, knocking him out cold. Deku wrapped him up in the tape and sits in the room waiting for his next foe. Leave Tenya in the corner. 2 new skills. Stealth level 1, a ninja's second best tool. This stat uses your agility to hide your presence. It takes 5 focus a second to use this skill. Assassination level 1. When unseen from your foe, you can strike the most deadly of spots. When unseen or unknown of you, can start using both your agility and strength. You can combine this skill with other attacks. It takes 15 focus to use this skill. Deku stats. Level. HP 300. Focus 420. Strength 20. Agility 15. Vigor 15. Intelligence 15. Wisdom 15, plus 3 from Turtle's mind. Then spend points 0. Skills. Tear off level 6. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 40% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic focus control level 5. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 5 inches of your body without costing focus. Every additional inch beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless assault level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic martial arts level 3. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 30% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Focused puncture level 2. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 20% of both and ignoring 20% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. Power throw level 1. With this skill, you channel focus into something you are about to throw, increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds you wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 10 focus to use this skill. Turtle Shell Shield level 1. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 5 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's Mind level max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom, an increase of 25%. Stealth level 1. A ninja's second best tool. This stat uses your agility to hide your presence. It takes 5 focus a second to use this skill. Assassination level 1. When unseen from your foe, you can strike the most deadly of spots. When unseen or unknown of, you can start using both your agility and strength. You can combine this skill with other attacks. It takes 15 focus to use this skill. Meanwhile, Masahiro had sat and waited for his opponent to appear, whether it he, Deku, or one of the other two. He sat still, legs crossed while balancing on his tail, the classic meditation position. He heard the door creak open, and the girl's head popped out. She looked at him for a minute, before walking closer slowly, thinking she had snuck up on him. Masahiro sat and waited till she got closer, then suddenly he slams his tail across her face as he stands. She flies across the room and Masahiro's jaw drops. Yes, he had been training against Deku, but still he thought if someone would come that close they would have a melee combat quirk. He never expected her to get knocked down in a single shot. He got up and wrapped her in the capture tape, just to be safe. Masahiro then made his way through the building looking for Deku, just knowing that he must have beaten his adversary. When all of a sudden he got his head bashed over by what he assumed was a steel plate, but was truly the door from before. Deku grabbed him and dragged him outside, along with Ida and the girl from before. "Sorry, buddy," Deku said as he threw them to the ground. "What's next?" he asked the SPO's teacher, to which he was told he was fighting the next person to leave. He sat down and waited until not even a few seconds later he heard a large explosion, along with a chunk of wall missing, and 3 knocked out kids being pushed through it. "Haha, you all lined up to get taken out at once, Uden dunces." There he was, Bakugo standing there in a blaze of glory, or actual fire possibly. He was laughing as he leapt from the building using his explosions to slow his fall. "Now I get to kick his sheet in too? Just like the good old days, right, Deku? You mean you're ready to lose, right? I doubt you can deal more damage than that 0-pointer. Maybe you should give up now and give me the win." Deku looked him right back in the eyes, giving him the same treatment that Bakugo had given him for years. "You think I'll lose? That's like saying you aren't a quivering coward crying in the corner." Bakugo snarled at the boy. Deku just looked him in the eyes and got closer. "You make me, you wimpy but temper tantrum having brat." New skill gained. Sound alike level 1. This is more or less just being able to use your wisdom to copy someone's personality. It works great, and you can even gain the skills of others by copying them, nothing physical but mental. This only works if you know the person well enough. They just glared at each other for a few seconds before being interrupted. "Ahem, you two will just be fighting, not staring into each other's eyes before making out," the teacher said, deadpanned as usual. The boys looked at each other one last time before nodding and walking about 10 paces away. Just like playing hero as kids, although this time, I'm gonna win and force you to back down off your pedestal, Kaesi-chan. The normally timid boy said, staring down the person he was using sound-alike to copy, still mixing his own personality in either from the low level of the skill or his own choice to never stoop to his level. Yeah, right. I'll show you that I'm gonna be number one around here. Bakugo's yelling had woken the out-cold students, and gotten the attention of the students still in the buildings. They watched from the windows, still looking out for anyone trying to jump them. Some of the students even scooted to the window while wrapped in capture tape, and one in regular tape oddly. The teacher stood up for the first time and pointed his hand to the sky and slammed it down, at which point Bakugo dashed forward, his explosions at the ready. Deku put up his turtle shell shield only for it to go down for some reason instantly, Bakugo slamming his open palm into Deku's face and sending him to the ground with an explosion, right onto his butt. Ah, what happened? Why did my shield go down? Deku said while holding his nose, doing a back roll to get back onto his feet to dodge a follow-up from Bakugo. Stop, Bakugo, the teacher said as his piercing red eyes were wide open and had his hand on some sort of scarf around his neck. You there, Midoriya, you rely on a power that knocked you out the first time you used it, for defense? You shouldn't try to rely on a single skill in your toolkit too much, especially if it knocks you out. Deku had finally realized who their teacher had been, Eraserhead. The Erasure hero. You can stop any quirk in its tracks as long as it's not a mutant quirk. You stay out of the press as much as possible so that way villains don't know your weaknesses as well as you hate being on TV. You got it, kiddo. I erased your quirk, and now you can't do anything without your shield, right? I had a friend like you once, who relied on his natural skill a bit too much. It will be bad for your health. The pro-hero deadpanned yet again as his eyes shifted back to a black color and pulled out eye drops. Don't make me use my quirk too much, I have dry eye for DMN's sakes. Sir, you just cancel the active parts of my quirk, not the passives. Deku muttered lightly, his sound-alike being a part of what cancelled. What do you mean I only cancelled the active parts? Eraserhead looked at him with curiosity and confusion. Are you saying that you have two quirks or some sort of fusion? Well, no, sir, I'm technically a mutant, and that was only part of my power. I kind of live like a game character. The teacher put his head in his hands, pulled out his phone and sent a text, Bakugo sitting on the ground pouting and mumbling something about not getting his fight. Soon the one and only voice pro-hero, Present Mike, arrived, in a beat-up old junker of a car. What's up, Shota? You said you needed translating for one of the students? I didn't know there were native English speakers in 1A. The teacher, now known as Shota, just pointed at Deku and mumbled something about not understanding the quirk, then laid down in the sleeping bag, which had been around his ankles the whole time, and closed his eyes. Present Mike just looked at him, with a blank glare on his face for half a second before turning to Deku. What's up, kid? What's your quirk? It's called the Gamer, sir. It lets me live as a game character. My body will heal any wounds after a bit up sleep, I can gain skills and even use a form of magic. Mike just looked at Deku in shock. He then turned to Shota. Basically, this kid is an emitter, transformer, and mutant. I don't know why you needed me here to tell you this. Also, stop pretending to sleep. I know you snore. Mike said at the now, presumably, asleep Shota. You know that I have dry eye, you loud, annoying, and illogical boy. Oh yeah, you two can continue your fight or whatever. The teacher turned over and opened his eyes, still laying down. Bakugo jumped at the idea to finish his fight, at which point he noticed Deku wasn't there, then all of a sudden he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. Bakugo turned around to see no one there, but lifted his shirt to look, and a chunk of his side was purple already with a dark blue color in the center. Where are you, YF Deku? There was no response, as well as another sharp shot to Bakugo's side. This hit landed again from behind, so Bakugo developed a plan, wait a few seconds, then blow the area behind him to Kingdom Come. He did just that. As the area exploded, Deku appeared in front of him, pushing his face right into Bakugo's face. This led to Bakugo landing flat on his butt and the teacher yelling out, "Enough, Midoriya, you win. Congratulations on a level up. I told you I would take your spot off the pedestal, now be a real man and make up afterwards." Deku held his hand out, and Bakugo slapped it away as he got up. The boy with red spiky hair that Bakugo had kicked out the building from before started to act up. Hey! That wasn't very manly of you or honorable. You should have shook his hand like a true hero. The kid with red hair squirmed his way out of the rubble from Bakugo's blast and got up, dusting himself off. A girl from one of the other buildings walked out, her tongue wrapped around the other three from inside. The boy walked up to Deku and held out his hand. Name's Ijiro Kirishima. I like meat and manly people. I'm Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me Deku. Deku took his hand shyly and shook it. The girl walked over, her tongue back in her mouth. I'm Tsuyu Azui, but you can call me Tsu. Are you sure you want us calling you that? It seemed like an insult. She looked at the boy up and down, then shook his hand herself. Yeah, it's very manly of him to interrupt your introduction to someone for an insult. Kirishima added in. No, it's fine. I want people to call me Deku at this point. That way he will always remember this loss. Deku said that with an eerie smile. It feels like he earned it. The redhead cheered. Yeah. How long have you known him, Deku? The frog-like girl asked, making sure to say the word Deku with a bit of extra volume. Quite a WH. The matches are done, kids. Come see who is getting expelled. The teacher cut them off and they walked over. As soon as everyone got there, he threw the papers up. Deku, seeing they were all blank, was wondering for a second, and heard, none of you are leaving. Good luck with passing the rest of the year though, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. A couple of the kids broke down and fell to their knees, just so happy they didn't have to leave. The teacher turned around though and chimed up, although if any one of you were going to be gone, it would be that perverted grapehead that lived by hiding. One of the people on their knees fell all the way to the ground, and surprise, they looked like that had grapes for hair. For the most part, classes went as normal for a few days, until All Might broke in the door as yelled, Don't worry students, I am here, to teach. Deku stats. Level 6. HP, 300. Focus, 420. Strength, 20. Agility, 15. Vigor, 15. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 15, plus 3 from Turtle's mind. Then spend points, 5. Skills. Tear off level 7. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 45% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic focus control level 5. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 5 inches of your body without costing focus. Every additional inch beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless assault level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic martial arts level 3. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 30% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Focused puncture level 3. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 25% of both and ignoring 30% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. Power throw level 1. With this skill, you channel focus into something you are about to throw, increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds you wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 10 focus to use this skill. Turtle Shell Shield level 2. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 7 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's Mind Level Max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom, an increase of 25%. Stealth Level 2, a ninja's second best tool. This stat uses your agility to hide your presence. It takes 5 focus a second to use this skill. You can now hide in the shadow of your opponent, making it seem like you are not there at all. Assassination Level 2. When unseen from your foe, you can strike the most deadly of spots. When unseen or unknown of, you can start using both your agility and strength. You can combine this skill with other attacks. This skill now also boosts your damage by 10%. It takes 15 focus to use this skill. Sound Alike Level 1. This is more or less just being able to use your wisdom to copy someone's personality. It works great, and you can even gain the skills of others by copying them, nothing physical but mental. This only works if you know the person well enough. Deku passed out. Not from losing all his focus or HP, but because All Might, the number 1 hero, had just burst into the door of his classroom and said he was there to teach. It was him passing out from pure joy. Of course he came to just about right away, but watching him basically slam him head on a desk was entertaining for Keiichi-chan at least. As he laughed, just about everyone in class glared at him. Well, it was more of just the people Deku had met. A small list of Achiko Uraraka, that being the girl with the brown hair he had saved before, Mashireo, Tiu Azui, Tenya Ida and Eijiro Kirishima. There was also the pink girl he had noticed before, but he hadn't gotten the chance to really meet her and forgot her name. Deku wondered what her quirk was. Other than Mashireo, he pretty much kept to himself. But now wasn't the time for it. Deku hadn't realized that the class was empty, as he was lost in thought. While looking around, he saw the door open, and yet again there was All Might. Young Midoriya, are you alright? Wait a second, I remember you. You were the boy who was almost beaten by that piece of sludge, right? Deku blushed, as that being what his favorite hero remembered him for. Yes, sir. Deku laughed lightly. Where did everyone else go? Never mind that, my boy. How are you? Are you truly getting the hang of your quirk? All Might asked, putting his hat on the young boy's shoulder. It's actually going great. I was able to beat my rival and even make new friends because of it. Deku's little eyes lit up and sparkled. All Might laughed lightly. That's great, young Midoriya. I'm glad you were able to realize your potential so far, but we have more to overcome and more to do. Now quickly get your hero costume on and meet us in City A. Yes, All Might, sir. Right away. Deku ran off and made his way to the bathroom to change. His hero costume was just a green GI with a hoodie and mask, as well as a black trim. He figured hiding his hair would make it easier to not be noticed. Quite a few people called his hair plain, but that was also usually the only thing they noticed. He got the pop-up hero outfit equipped, gaining a 10% increase in stats as well as 15% increased damage. Also gained 2 hidden skills, which will be shown after use. How that one's new, Deku thought to himself as he ran out, and got there just in time for All Might to explain what they were doing there. Welcome, students. Today you will be on a search and rescue mission. Although what you are rescuing is a nuke. Unarmed, of course. All Might laughed for a short PRD before continuing. We will randomly draw teams by drawing names 2 at a time, then we will assign letters to each team, and half will go into the villains at random and half to the heroes at random. Then we will draw so that teams will face off. Villains will defend the nuke while heroes' goal will be to touch it, defeat the villains by wrapping them in the same tape you were using before, or to make them surrender. Heroes will lose by not getting to the nuke in 5 minutes or by capturing the heroes. Again, the surrender rule applies. All Might went through the selection process. The teams ended up being 2 of the biggest guys in class, one of which had fat lips and spiky brown hair, and the other one just looked like they were made of stone. The next team was Uraraka and the boy with the purple ball hair. He was smiling creepily the whole time. The team after them was a boy that almost looked like a raven and a girl with earphone jacks attached to her ears. The next pairing was Bakugo and Kirishima. Neither of them were very happy about it. After that, it was the boy with white and red hair and a large burn scar on the left side of his face, as well as a girl that could only be described as invisible. She must be the one who stole a robot from me in the exams, Deku thought to himself. The French boy who had stolen his other robot was paired up with the girl that got into the class on recommendation alone. She had a long black ponytail, propped upward by her hair tie. Her hero outfit was a bit too revealing, but it most likely had something to do with her quirk. The group after them was the pink girl with the black and yellow eyes. Her costume was extremely colorful and gave a sort of hip-hop vibe. She was paired up with Ida. Mashareo and the boy with the weird elbows were together next, and they seemed to get along well. Deku was about to go up and greet them when his name was called along with a boy named Denki Kaminari. So he decided to go up and greet his new teammate as the last group was called, Tsuyu and some boy with 6 arms and a face mask. In fact, Deku thought that he had never seen him without it. Hey there dude. I'm Kaminari and you are Deku, right? There isn't anyone in the hero courses that don't know you, and some of the other students do too. The student lit up as he introduced himself. He had a bright smile and pointed his index finger at Deku with his thumb pointed up. All Might pulled up the first teams to fight Team 4, Bakugo and Kirishima, and Team 9, Deku and Denki. Team 9 being the villains and Team 4 being the heroes. Yeah, although that's only a nickname at the moment. So what's your quirk? I would love to strategize and try to figure out how to beat Keiichi-chan. Deku mirrored his smile back to him and put one of his hands behind his head. My quirk allows me to generate electricity and cover my body in it that I can kinda shoot it out, but then it becomes a gamble. Exceeding a wattage limit causes my brain to short-circuit, which makes me a bigger idiot and fries my reactions to just nods and head shakes. What about you? Denki looked at him, still smiling and laughing at his own comment about becoming a bigger idiot. Deku liked him. He was playful and lighthearted, with almost no heavy air around him like the rest of his friends. Think of me as a video game character. Deku started to explain his skills when he was cut off by All Might, who told the boys to get into their positions, and Deku continued to explain until he heard All Might call out 2 minutes till the match. Okay, so I feel like Keiichi-chan, or as you know him, Bakugo, will jump in head first, leading to Kirishima to be alone, and making him an easy target. If you can sneak around Bakugo, we can take out Kirishima and then Bakugo together. His rage is too strong for him to aim for the nuke to win, just for me. Geez, what did you do to piss him off so much? Deku was cut off before he could answer Kaminari's question. He was cut off by the starting horn. Deku activated stealth and ran off into the hall, and into the ceiling panels once again. Denki made his way down the hall and stepped out of a staircase into a hall, when suddenly a boy with red and hard hair slams into his gut at what feels like Mach. Denki let off all his energy at once, hoping it would take out the man now headbutting his stomach. It did nothing. Extremely manly. The boy with the red hair, looking like he was made of stone except skin-colored. Nothing more manly than being a human rocket. Thanks, Bakugo. Don't mention it, red hair. Now let's get that nuke, or Deku. Bakugo was full equipped with grenade-shaped bracers, as well as a black suit with a large orange X over it. Watch out for him, he's sneaky. Deku was crawling from the roof as he saw this all occur. Did me beating him alone knock some sense into him? Deku thought to himself as he heard the roof crack, as he fell to the ground in front of Bakugo and Kirishima. Hi, Deku said with a cheeky smile. As soon as Bakugo saw him, he brought up his grenade bracer and popped a pin up on the side. Hide from this, you shitty d. Bakugo yelled as he pulled the pin, a large blast taking out a chunk of the building, as well as launching Deku off the edge of the now wide hole, taking up the corner of the building. Young Midoriya, are you alive? Young Bakugo, that was much too far. You could hear All Might yelling into their earpieces, full of worry. Ha ha ha, it's alright because I am here. Deku said, imitating his favorite hero as he was pulling himself up off the edge of the floor, using the smoke to reactivate his stealth and move towards Bakugo. He hit Bakugo with a quick power throw of a piece of rubble, combining it with assassination to deal even more damage. Bakugo yelled out, as did Deku, "Come on, Kaminari. You aren't out for the count. We can do this together." Secret skill activated, Hero's Courage. Hero's Courage Level 1. This skill uses your wisdom to boost the stats of those you target, increasing in effectiveness based on what you say to who. Max increase is 10% and costs 30 focus. Kaminari woke up and stood up. His face was dull. He smiled, gave Deku a thumbs up and nodded. Deku face-palmed, having forgot about Kaminari's quirk drawback. "Well, there goes my advantage," Deku said as he got hit with Bakugo's right hook, the first move he expected him to use in the fight. Deku put his hands up into a boxer's position and threw a punch at Bakugo, which was caught and returned with his fist being blown up. Deku winced as he looked around and realized something. Kirishima was missing. How could I get so tunnel vision that I forgot about half of this whole battle? Deku thought to himself as he looked around more. "What are you looking for, sheet stain?" Bakugo yelled as he came charging in again, about to throw a predictable hook, when he blew up Deku's face with it instead and hit him upside the head with his left hand. Team 4 wins. All Might yelled out over the speaker system. Kirishima had gotten to the nuke and held onto it tightly. Bakugo just skidded hearing that the fight was over. "Remember, Deku, you will always be below me. Don't forget that I'm going to be the number 1, although you wouldn't make a bad number 2. Bakugo said as he walked away smiling. "So you thought about it and went for some magic, huh? I guess I have my work cut out for me." Bakugo though as he left the now mostly destroyed building. All Might was sweating in the viewing room, unsure if everything was okay after that spectacle. As the teams walked in, All Might spoke up. "So students, who knows why young Midoriya and young Kaminari lost? Well, they thought that they had the total advantage just because Midoriya had known Bakugo for so long and weren't expecting Bakugo to actually work together with someone or play the objective. To be honest, based on the little bit of his abrasive personality he had shown, I hadn't expected that either. Overall, Midoriya had just become his enemy and tunnel-visioned Bakugo, forgetting about the teammate that had taken out his own not even 2 minutes before. As well as Kaminari using all of his stored electricity well before the first encounter was even close to over. This led to him being useless, seeing he didn't take down the opponent that was touching him. The female recommendation student spoke up and blushed slightly when she realized that everyone was looking at her. "Yes. Exactly right, young Yaoyorozu." All Might laughed lightly to break the mood before getting on to the next battles, which were for the most part uneventful. Mashireo and the elbow boy were against the girl who had just broken down exactly how their match went wrong, and the boy with the blue laser. Mashireo was on the hero's side, and they didn't stand a chance. The building was quickly filled with traps, and if that wasn't enough, occasionally a blue beam of energy would whoosh past them and try to take them out. They ran out of time before they even left the second floor. Although what did interest Deku was that the elbow boy shot tape out of his arms, and that he would have to ask him about it once he had the chance. The next matchup was Uraraka and the purple grape boy versus the kid with the scar and the Invisa girl. The match was ended instantly when the boy with a scar picked up the invisible girl, then just froze the whole building, stopping the villains in their tracks. The girl just yelled at him, "Put her down." The match after that was the bird boy and earphone girl versus the guy with 6 arms and Azui. Their match seemed even at first, but then Azui knocked out the lights and camera on accident, and then the next moment the match was over. No one saw what happened, except the boy with multiple arms, when he and the raven headed by nodded at each other. Deku, along with the rest of the class, thought the next match of the pink girl and Ida versus the 2 biggest guys with somewhat normal bodies would be cool. Although there were different plans, the pink girl had set up some liquid on the floor, and when Ida went to scout, he skid out the door and slammed into the big ones, trying to be sneaky, knocking them out the window and knocking them out. It was a good laugh to end on. Deku's stats: level 6. HP 300. Focus 420. Strength 20. Agility 15. Vigor 15. Intelligence 15. Wisdom 15, plus 3 from Turtle's mind. Then spend points 5. Skills: Tear Off level 7. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 45% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic Focus Control level 5. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 5 inches of your body without costing focus. Every additional inch beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless assault level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic martial arts level 4. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 35% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Focused puncture level 3. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 25% of both and ignoring 30% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. Power throw level 2. With this skill you channel focus into something you are about to throw, increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds you wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 8 focus to use this skill. Turtle shell shield level 2. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 7 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's mind level max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom, an increase of 25%. Stealth level 2, a ninja's second best tool. This stat uses your agility to hide your presence. It takes 5 focus a second to use this skill. You can now hide in the shadow of your opponent, making it seem like you are not there at all. Assassination level 3. When unseen from your foe, you can strike the most deadly of spots. When unseen or unknown of, you can start using both your agility and strength. You can combine this skill with other attacks. This skill now also boosts your damage by 15%. It takes 15 focus to use this skill. Sound alike level 1. This is more or less just being able to use your wisdom to copy someone's personality. It works great, and you can even gain the skills of others by copying them, nothing physical but mental. This only works if you know the person well enough. For the next couple of days school went on as normal, an occasional sparring match here, lunchtimes conversations there. One morning the class of 1A was given an announcement. Today, kiddos, you are picking your student council. I don't care who or how you pick it, but you have to pick at the end of the day. I will let you bunch take the homeroom time to talk amongst your level ES. If you need me, I'll be here. Their teacher deadpanned, still not getting out of his famous yellow sleeping bag. The class agreed to vote on their members, with the conditions you couldn't vote for yourself. The votes ended with Deku getting first, followed by the female recommendation student getting second, who by that time was known as Momo Yaoyorozu, then Ida. After that, for the most part, the votes were really scattered. Guys, I can't be the class president. I have no qualities for it. Deku sputtered out. Yes, but you will adapt the fastest. You have a quirk that lets you adapt to almost any scenario you are in, given time. Yaoyorozu stated, I wouldn't have voted for myself even if I could have. You are the most capable out of any of us. Deku blushed as a chunk of the room cheered with her statement. Deku, however, kept declining. My quirk has never helped with paperwork, and I only just got a skill that helps with people's skills. Please don't make me do this. I'm not ready yet. Have Yaoyorozu and Ida do it. I promise that they will do better than I can, at least for this year. Deku made some good points, but it was still unconvincing. The class had pretty much agreed to vote for him as the class president. In fact, his skill in trying to dissuade their votes only made them think he was an even better fit. By the time lunch had rolled around, the students had walked by the gate and noticed a swarm of reporters there trying to interview All Might, who had been there since this morning. In fact, Deku had to use stealth to get by them without being noticed in the morning. He, like Eraserhead, didn't want to be as public, especially when his quirk level at around training and time before he could use a new skill. Deku didn't mind if friends knew, But if the entire world knew how his quirk worked, there would be trouble. POV change. It was around 11:30 when a new face had entered the crowd. Although when saying he had entered the crowd, it was more like a body joining the herd. He was wearing a long gray hoodie and sweatpants to match. He looked like a normal citizen trying to get a glimpse at the students of the most prestigious school in Japan. In fact, his dry and cracking skin had a large smile underneath his hood. Although no one could see it, he wandered his way to the front of the group of reporters, and then a loud bang went off behind the crowd. It was just a rather large firecracker, although the only one who knew that was the man in the hoodie. He pressed his fingertips into the dash console of the doors, and it started to disintegrate. At that point the door unlocked, and the reporters flooded inside the school, setting off the alarm. The man also snuck in the back. POV return. The students all tried to flee in terror. Ironically, even the hero class students were panicking. There was no clue to the students that there wasn't danger. In fact, if something set off the alarms, then it was most likely something dangerous, right? Well, that was the thought process of most students. Deku, while resisting being slammed against the window by his fellow rampaging students, saw that it was just the reporters. Deku tried to yell, but every time he would just be slapped in the face or pushed around by someone nearby. Eventually he got sick of it. He threw up his turtle shell shield, keeping other students away from him. He spoke up as loud as he could muster while using sound-alike to mimic Bakugo. "Listen up, you sheet stains. All that's here is lousy reporters. Calm your dumb asses down." Everyone froze and glared at him. He turned off sound-alike. "Sorry about that, I had to use my quirk to be able to reach everyone." Deku was blushing and back to his timid nature. Everyone except his classmates flooded back to the cafeteria. Class 1A, however, surrounded him, clapping. They were saying things along the line of, "Wow, even with Bakugo's personality you were able to get everyone to calm down," and "See, you are fit to be president." The only one not there was Bakugo. He had never even left the cafe, staying to eat his food, thinking along the lines of, "If someone wants to attack me and interrupt my meal, it will be their FING funeral." Deku just moved his way out of the crowd of his classmates, sitting down next to Bakugo, and looked at him for a minute. "What do you want, sheet stain?" Bakugo snarled out. "Why did you vote for me?" Deku asked, staying calm and looking at him. "Well, that's easy. Your quirk is great for office work. I just wish you had stuck to it, you worthless NPC." Bakugo kept eating, not even looking at Deku. "Thanks, jackass. If you couldn't tell, my quirk makes me the main character." Deku got up and moseyed his way over to the group he was sitting with before, now with the addition of most of his class. "What was that about, Aizu?" Kaminari asked. Where and why he comes up with nicknames for everyone no one knows. Hell, he already calls Yaoyorozu Yamamo. Deku just gave him a small glare. "Just had to talk to Kaken about something real quick." Deku flashed a smile at the group and sat back down. "Is he bugging you again? That guy just isn't manly or even heroic." At this point Deku gave a deep glare at Kirishima, the one who said that. "Don't look down on his morals or goals. If anyone here can be in the top 10 heroes, it's him. He may be in butt, but he is our Class 1A's butt." Deku was starting to have the same kind of growl Bakugo would, even without sound-alike. Kirishima just looked at him like he was crazy and walked away. The group of students slowly went back to their own tables after that. "Why did you defend him?" Tsuyu was one of the students that didn't leave. She seemed to like poking into a person's business. "Because he's still my friend. Even if he doesn't seem like it. And he definitely still wants to be number one, in his own way," Deku said, smiling brightly as he ate his food. You see, Deku had never given up on Bakugo. He knew that deep down he was still the same as they were kids. Tsuyu just looked at him while turning her head slightly off to the side. She kept staring at him for a little while. "You're an interesting person, Midoriya. I can feel an aura of happiness and pride, even though he seems like a JRK." She kept looking at him for a bit, which he realized and blushed at. Indeed, the aura of a true hero, whose light envelopes the dark. Tokoyami, the boy who looked like a raven, spoke up and ended up spooking the small group of Deku, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Ojiro, and Ida. None of them had noticed he was there at all. That was the first time they had heard him talk outside of necessity. They all just looked at him for a moment before getting on with conversations. On his way home with Ojiro, Deku comes across a familiar face yet again. The hero from before. They wave as they walk by. They want to make sure to stay out of his way while he's on the job. The two work their way to the dojo. So what's up with that hero? Why do you like him so much? Ojiro questions his friend. I have a feeling that without his recommendation, I wouldn't have fully made it in. I think he put in a good word that pushed me over the limits. I only stopped the 0-pointer, and even then it was with everyone's help. I like to think that I owe him at least a little bit. Deku kept working while what would seem like most people's hearts were being poured out. Ojiro just looked at him for a minute and decided to leave it be, trying to figure out some trig homework. Man, your quirk is just no fair. Not only can you hot like a freight train, as long as you do your work and use your head you get better at it so much after than it. The tailed boy whined, turning in his chair, which was really his tail. It's not that cool, Mashireo. I mean really, everything takes so long. Deku whined right back at his friend. But then it's just repetition, to make it a skill. You know how many students would kill for that skill. Deku shrugged and got up. It's getting late and I need to get home before Mom. I want to level my cooking skill. Deku flashed a smile as he left the building. He made his way home, and along the way he saw a quite particular fellow blocking his way. He looked to be dressed as a bartender, with glowing yellow eyes. His body was made of a dark purple mist. He looked like he was trying to carry a few boxes that were stacked up to his head. He was having trouble moving with them, so Deku ran over and asked him, "Do you need any help?" "No thank you, young man, thank you for the offer though. Soon I will be on private land and can use my quirk to move it." Deku looks up at the man with sorrowful eyes. "Please let me help you out. I insist." The man looks back at the boy and caves in. "Fine. Take the top box and move it to this rundown house. From there I got it." The man seems to motion towards the building with the head made of mist. Deku did as the man asked and brought over the box. "Thank you." The man waved his hand over the boxes, making them disappear. What an amazing quirk. It seems like the Kapabi. Deku started to ramble off till the man of the mist snapped in front of his face. "You okay, kid? You seem to go off there." Deku snapped out of it and shook his head. "Yeah, I just kinda do that sometimes. I have that habit from years of hero study." The mist's eyes seemed to light up a bit more than they already had. "You like to study heroes? Why is that?" "I've always wanted to be a hero. Since I was little even. Although I only really knew the power of my quirk recently." "What is your quirk exactly, my boy?" "Those boxes were full of scrap metal for a workshop project, and you lifted it quite easily." The man seemed to get closer, but that could be due to how the mist looks. "I can't really tell you. It's a trade secret. If I told the world, then people could tell villains." He smiled at the older man. The man seemed to be taken back that such a young boy would worry about villains. "You want to be let in on a secret, boy?" This time the man definitely got closer to Deku. "Not all villains are evil. The world isn't black and white, it never is. Look at history and who wrote it. I mean, think about it. Is a man who steals to feed his family a villain? Is someone who fights for what they think is right a villain? Is someone who disagrees with a single law and tries to protest to change it a villain? Is someone who suffers from multi-personality disorder a villain? We are all humans, boy. Let's look at events from before quirks. Party A has a weapon of mass destruction and needs Party B to surrender. In order to do so, Party A uses one of those weapons on civilians in Party B's home country. Who is the villain?" The man rambled on, almost akin to Deku, although each of his words were solid. They each hit with impact, almost as if they were breaking open windows to his soul. "Well, if it's to end a war..." Deku sat there for a second. "I think both parties are at fault. Neither is the hero or villain, right?" The man behind the mist seemed to cheer up. "You're right, boy. That's what the world is. Truly. My name is Kurojiri. Feel free to come by and talk. If you walk inside I will know and come over right away. Good day, my boy." The man, or rather mist, vanished. leaving Deku to realize the time and make a mad dash to get home in time. He really did want to raise his cooking skill. He ended up making the food for his mom, finishing right as she got home. "Look at my boy growing up. I can't believe that you made dinner for me while I was at work." She ran over and hugged Deku, picking him up slightly and cracking him back. "I can't breathe." He struggled to get out of her grip and got her a plate of food. They ate in mostly silence, except the occasional small talk. "How was your day?" Coming out every now and then. Until the awkwardness left when Deku said, "I got voted class president today." Tears welled up in Inko's eyes as she basically leapt across the table to hug her son again. Her grip even tighter than before. "I'm so proud of you. You have done so well for yourself this year." She held him close and didn't let go. Her grip got tighter and at this point, Deku lost 10 points of health. "Mom, let go. You're lowering my health points at this point." She drops him back into his seat, tears still in her eyes. They finished their meal and went off to bed, Deku tired from homework and helping out, and Inko tired from work. The next 2 weeks went by as normal, the lunch bunch sitting together. The name thought of by Tsuyu for the group of Deku, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Ojiro, and Ida. Oh, and no one can forget Tokoyami either. He sits there too. Although he never really says much except a kinda cryptic or occult phrase every now and then. Every now and then Deku would look at the old house, thinking if he should go inside, and decides against it. The man seemed good-natured, but his ideals were off. Almost like he himself was a villain. One Friday afternoon, the amazing teacher that he is, Eraserhead, walks in while mumbling, "I forgot to mention this, but today you all will be going to the USJ, also known as Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Get your hero outfits on if you want. Gym clothes work too. We have to get on the bus in 15 minutes. Move." The class started to run in a hustle, making their way to the nearest changing rooms. Inside the rooms, the grape-headed boy found a hole in the wall that happened to be in the direction of the girls' rooms. He started to peek when Ida started yelling at him, at which point Deku used sound alike, "Young Mineta. That is very unheroic of you. I cannot believe that a hero would try to do something so perverted. You are expelled." All of this came out in a near-perfect All Might impression. The great boy froze and started crying. "I can't be expelled already. It was so hard just to get here, please no." As he turns around, Deku is holding up his phone towards the menace and All Might is nowhere to be seen. He starts bursting out laughing. "That's not funny, Midoriya. It is also its evidence. If you do something again, I will bring this to a teacher." Deku had a smile on his face, but it wasn't a kind one. It was malicious or almost sadistic. The grapist just nodded. The group changed, giving Deku his pop-up, hero outfit equipped, gaining a 10% increase in stats as well as 15% increased damage. Also gain one hidden skill, which will be shown after use. The class gets into the bus on time and starts to make their way to the USJ. As everyone is grouped up on the seats, Tsuyu turns to the seat behind her and talks to Midoriya. "Izuku, I'm sure you've noticed that I say what's on my mind often. I got to ask you, why did you try magic out with your quirk?" He blushed lightly, his face turning slightly pink. "Actually, it was Kachin's idea. He called me out and asked me why I hadn't used magic yet. Or at least tried it." Deku motioned towards his childhood friend, who was now grinning. "Yes, that's right, losers. Praise me." At which point Tsuyu turns back to Deku and looks at him. "No, really, tell me the truth, no way in but like that would help anyone." The group laughs at her blatant lack of trust in Bakugo. "What was that, you shitty frog?" Bakugo stood up and glared her down. "We're here, kids." Eraserhead stood up as the bus stopped. He guided the children down and into the building. "What? Are you sure we aren't at Universal Studios? This place is huge." Kaminari bursts out. As the group walks in, they are met with a woman in a suit resembling a spacesuit. "Welcome, kids. I am the Rescue Hero 13. I am here to teach you something important. Your quirks can be dangerous. In fact, mine is extremely so. Anything that gets SCD into my fingers is turned to dust. Even light. With something like this I could easily kill, even by accident. Your powers are not meant to inflict harm. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help people. As she finishes her speech, Eraserhead comes up and starts talking to her, in a low whisper. Where's All Might? He should be here. Eraser sounds almost angry. As 13 holds up 3 fingers, a black mist appears in the center of you. Deku notices and yells, "Villains, group up and don't fear." As he yelled, he summoned a turtle shell shield and checked it at the first sign of someone walking through. Deku stats. Level 6. HP, 300. Focus, 420. Strength, 20. Agility, 15. Vigor, 15. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 15, plus 3 from Turtle's mind. And spend points, 5. Skills. Tear Off level 7. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 45% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic Focus Control level 5. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 5 inches of your body without costing focus. Every additional inch beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish Cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless Assault level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic Martial Arts level 4. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 35% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Focused Puncture level 3. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 25% of both and ignoring 30% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. Power Throw level 3. With this skill you channel focus into something you are about to throw, increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds you wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 7 focus to use this skill. Turtle Shell Shield level 2. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 7 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's Mind level max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom and an increase of 25%. Stealth level 2, a ninja's second best tool. This stat uses your agility to hide your presence. It takes 5 focus a second to use this skill. You can now hide in the shadow of your opponent, making it seem like you are not there at all. Assassination level 3. When unseen from your foe, you can strike the most deadly of spots. When unseen or unknown of, you can start using both your agility and strength. You can combine this skill with other attacks. This skill now also boosts your damage by 15%. It takes 15 focus to use this skill. Sound Alike level 2. This is more or less just being able to use your wisdom to copy someone's personality. It works great, and you can even gain the skills of others by copying them, nothing physical but mental. This only works if you know the person well enough. Each level increases the copy and the chance of gaining a skill. Hero's Courage level 1. This skill uses your wisdom to boost the stats of those you target, increasing in effectiveness based on what you say to who. Max increase is 10% and costs 30 focus. Thwack. A shield looking much like a turtle shell flew through the air, slamming into the face of what would look like a cartoon's pro wrestler. He was launched back into the portal, knocking over a few others with him. A small pop-up appears off to the side. Grunt taken out, EXP gained. Deku did not like the sound of that at all. If there are enough of them to where they have grunts, that means the big boss is somewhere. Near the center of the USJ, a larger portal opened, outstepping what could only be described as a monster, its brain out in the open, with a bird-like beak filled with sharp teeth. Its body is comparable to All Might's just by size alone, but the muscles were there to match. Its skin a darker black, only wearing torn-up cargo shorts. Along with the monster, a man wearing an abundance of hands covering his face, arms and legs. Each one with a metal plate and a pair of wires attached to them level ES. They gripped onto his dry, cracked skin well, his red eyes peering out from blue messy hair. Boss fight, thought Det. As he went to power up and summon a turtle shell shield, the mist appeared in front of him and the rest of the class. It spoke out. Hello there, students. I am Kurogyri and I am a member of the League of Villains. We have arrived with one goal in mind, to kill All Might and his protégés. We hope that you enjoy the festivities we have set up before your death. As he was finished, all anyone could hear was a loud and gruff DMNU die. As Bakugo flew in and blasted at the man with his quirk, aiming to take him out quite quickly. That was close. Now then, have fun. As the mist spread around the students, Deku yelled out, Ida, run and get help. Top speed now. Ida nodded as he outran the mist heading for the group. As it closed off around them, Ida had already made his way out. Being swallowed by the mist felt like what most people would think entering zero gravity would feel like. It was empty, yet also thick and fluid. Izuku was quickly brought out from this state, flying high above a large pool of water. The flood zone, huh? Well, I guess it could be worse. As soon as Deku had thought that, he saw a large pair of shark-like jaws spring out from the water. Well, sheet. A long and elastic tongue wrapped around his waist, pulling him aboard a boat in the center of the water. Are you okay, Izuku Karo? The young frog asked, accompanied by a crying and wailing Mineta. We're all gonna die. And worse, I'm going to die without even having a first kiss. The great boy kept crying. It didn't help that his outfit made him look like a baby. Deku just struck him on the head, avoiding the ball that made up his hair. Calm down and be happy. A hero never stops smiling. Deku said with a bright face, grabbing Mineta by the collar of his costume, and throwing him all the way towards the shore, using power throw. Hopefully you'll be fine. Deku yelled, chucking the boy across the water. He perfectly cleared it, landing on his head, causing him to bounce and reach further, making his way to the steps near the entrance. Deku then looked towards the water, where a large group of mutant-type quirks were near the surface. He turned on sound alike. Listen up, your FING pieces of sheet. If you don't want your skulls splattered against the ceiling with that much strength, then get the F out of here. Got it, beaches? Most of the villains nodded and ran, one even screaming. What kind of hero is that? Deku smirked as he got a pop-up. New skill. Intimidate level max. This skill shows the rage inside you. Or at least that's what others think. The skill rolls your wisdom against their smarts or wisdom. Not really. Still just a stat checker. Takes 10 focus to use. Boosts wisdom during use by 25%. Originally Katsuki Bakugo's ability, learned through sound alike. Deku looked over at Tsuyu with a smile. Are you ready to go? We should be able to make it to shore now. You aren't hurt, right? Tsuyu smiled back and started to talk. You know, you're a really kind person, Izuku. At first I wasn't sure what to think of you, but you're kind and worry about others first. Even if that means throwing a whining perv off a boat. Deku just blushed at the comment, then picked her up bridal style. I guess we should be going. We technically are not authorized to fight, but I figured that saving the energy of someone whose quirk is all physical would be good. Deku had no real idea what he looked like he was doing, but jumped forward, with all his might, bringing them somewhere near the edge. At this point they both swam separately to the shore. From where they were, they could see Eraserhead fighting off multiple villains on his own, switching between which one he was looking at constantly. For once they saw their teacher in a good light, his body actually moving outside of a bag, the scarf wrapped around his neck being a weapon and tool to bring the evildoers down. His golden goggles covering his eyes to keep them guessing whose quirk would be gone next. The fight was very one-sided, till the teen with messy blue hair pointed at Eraser and said, "Nomu, kill him. He's just an NPC that's in the way of the boss fight." Deku froze at hearing this. Within 1 second, the creature known as Nomu blinked, and a health bar appeared at the top of Deku's vision. He saw the full name of the creature, the monster whose stats beat out all mites, Nomu. That enough was freaking Deku out internally, then the fear just dissipated. The worst part was right after it blinked. It dashed over the only pro hero in the building, grabbing him by the head and slamming Eraser's head into the ground. Over and over, the cement cracking below his face, blood leaking out from behind the goggles. The red leaking out would have been enough to shake anyone. In fact, Tsuyu was shaking. Not figuratively either. Every instinct in her body was telling her to run or die. It told her to sink back into the water and hide. Eventually Eraser's goggles had broken, after sinking into his face, leaving a large gash under his eye. The only thing Deku could feel was anger. He wasn't scared, nor was he worried. It was true, unrivaled anger. Not only at the creature for doing this to his teacher, but for leaving one of the few close friends he had in this state next to him. What happened next only deepened the anger to a point of no return. The man of the mist had returned to the side of the man of many hands. From where they were they could see 13's body missing a chunk. Then it seemed like a thunderbolt struck right in the middle of the landslide zone. The rage inside of Deku kept growing out of worry for his friends and teachers. The teen leader of these criminals walked slowly to Eraser. I hate mobs more than anything. NPCs that contribute to the story or become part of your party are fine. But worthless throwaway minions are just the worst. As he finished his little monologue, he turned, his red eyes peering right at Tsuyu. He dashed towards her, at which point Deku went to put up a turtle shell shield by putting the edge on his hands and holding it out in front of her. As he put it out, the man grinned, putting his hand on it. Deku's focus started to drain in an instant as the shield disintegrated. His face distraught as he saw the same hand grip his friend's face. Her round feathers started to crumble as the muscle under her face became visible. "You're next, so wait your turn, MB." The man started to laugh as a pop-up came up. Rage meter, error, new skill gained and activated. Dragon's Rage. Deku's vision went blurry till it went black. The teen grinned until he saw the boy's eyes turn black with a red slit in them. "You aren't dealing with mobs. You aren't even the player. I am." The boy's voice sounded demonic. He dashed towards the man whose hand was latched to his newest friend's face. His hand reached the man's wrist, snapping it and removing it from Tsuyu's face. With each breath Deku gave off, the heat in the area around him grew. The remaining focus he had was draining quickly. He roared out, not sounding like himself, or even Bakugo. With the roar, fire came from his mouth, burning the villain's arm. "Kill this brat now." The man of many hands jumped away, barely getting out of Deku's grip. Any of the few students that had a view of this wouldn't call that thing Deku though. Its fighting was sporadic and unorganized, like a street brawler or Bakugo. As the Nomu canned and slammed his fist into the boy's gut, his health dropped greatly, but he didn't even flinch. The only thing that happened was his body's color darkening to a purple or even black state and his clothes being blown away. Is this the best you can do? Lower the health of the dragon, but it does not budge. This is nothing compared to the pain my teachers and friends are going through right now. You know how much you are going to make a pretty girl like that cry over her face? I'm going to have fun ripping your FNG guts out. The boy cracked a sadistic smile as he reached his hand out, making a claw-like motion, slashing across the torso of the monster. Blood gushed out and covered Deku's body, leading to him licking his lips clean of it. Tasty! The beast didn't react as its wounds closed. It hit Deku again, his health points dropping dangerously low. His focus finally ran out as he got up. His HP started to drain instead of his focus. He dashed forward and punched the creature with all his might. It lowered the health bar in his sight by a chunk. Immune to slashing damage, huh? I guess I'll have to punch you till that bar drops to 0. Deku started to punch the Nomu over and over, not caring about where or how he hit, as long as he didn't get hit. The Nomu was having trouble keeping up with Deku's small and agile frame. It roared and Deku responded in kind, fire spewing out and singeing the black body of the Nomu. As Deku's HP reached about 1%, the doors to USJ burst open, flying by the scene. As the leader looked over, he saw his goal, All Might. The only difference was that All Might wasn't boasting his usual smile. He looked sour, his face one of unadulterated fury. The number one here looked over and saw a beaten and battered Deku, with 2 large bruises and sweat dripping off his body. He saw his fellow teachers on the ground beaten bloody, or just purely deleted in 13's case. His rage even grew when he saw Mineta out cold near the bottom of the stairs. Then he saw what he could never forgive. He saw Tsuyu's face, bleeding and skin missing. He saw her still awake, watching Deku intently. All Might's breathing got heavy, steam leaking out his clenched teeth, a tear running down his scrunched face. All of you, how dare you do this to my students? How dare you ruin their young lives? How dare you scar and beat them? All Might bolted forward, shattering the stairs under him, slamming his fist into the body of the Nomu, sending it straight through the roof of the complex. He looked over at Kurogiri, and moved in a blink, grabbing the metal collar he wore and slamming it into the ground, creating a crater. His blue eyes moved over to the leader of the league, piercing through his soul. He saw the snapped wrist and figured out what happened, but only slightly. He slowly made his way over to Deku, and held him tightly for a second. It's okay, my boy. Calm down and take a rest. Once you wake up, everything will be okay, and you may ask why. That's because I am here. All Might had said in a calming way, before Deku passed out. He was put gently to the ground, at which All Might turned back to the villain with a broken wrist. He gripped him by the broken wrist and slammed his own fist into the blue-haired teen's stomach. At which point a weird liquid started to cover him, the man in the mist, as well as a few of the scraps around the USJ. Then they vanished. The group that had vanished reappeared in a bar, somewhere unknown to the heroes. There was a man hiding in the shadows on a screen. He seemed to look slightly happy. You lied, Sensei. He wasn't weak. And there was a cheater there. How could he have the power to beat that enemy without him? The teen yelled at the screen. Calm down, Shigaraki. It's okay. We will learn from this mistake. That boy said something interesting, didn't he? What was it again? You aren't even the player, I am? It seems like that class has a few short fuses. I can walk circles around All Might's mentality. That boy and the blonde that used explosions seemed interesting. Next time, try not to entice rage from any of the 3 of them. The man behind the screen laughed lightly. All Might had his head next to Deku's chest, listening for a heartbeat. In hearing none, he started to pump his chest, starting the basics to CPR. At which point Bakugo limped over and put his hand on All Might's shoulder. That shitty nerd doesn't have a pulse. All Might looked appalled at Bakugo's sentence. As if he were telling All Might to give up. Then Bakugo put his hands up. I meant he doesn't actually have a pulse. Like at all. Feed him something with meat and he'll be fine. I mean it. Better not F up. He turned and walked away, at which point All Might picked up Deku and rushed him over to UA. He rushed his way past Ida and the other pro heroes. He went straight to the lunchroom, where the pro hero lunch rush was. I need something with meat. As quick as possible. All Might said, his voice full of concern, while laying the student he had let get to this point on the table. Lunch Rush nodded as he went to the back and came back with a steak, burned to a crisp. That was the quickest way he thought of to get cooked meat. All Might cut the steak and fed it to the boy, his eyes opened for a second, before he went back out cold. At this point he was breathing regularly. All Might sighed and quickly brought him to Recovery Girl's office. He needs medical attention right away. All Might put the young boy down on a nearby bed, and as he laid there asleep, the bruises on his body slowly started to disappear. His slightly mangled rib cage melding back into position. The older lady looked at the man, who seemed like he had deflated to the point of being almost a skeleton, and shook her head. It seems like his quirk is healing him just fine, Toshi, but how did he end up like this? She looked the boy up and down, almost horrified at how quickly his body is building itself back to normal. She noticed burns in his mouth instantly clotting and peeling away. I was too late. I couldn't protect my own students. Even as the symbol of peace. Even as their teacher. He quickly inflated to the form the world knows him by, slamming his fist down on the table and breaking it in half. Upon hearing this, Deku woke up and sat up. "What happened?" he said groggily, and then his eyes shot wide open. "Where's Tsu? What about Aizawa-sensei? Is everyone else okay?" Deku noticed a pop-up in the corner of his eye, focus drained, adrenaline dropping. Passing out. At which point Deku flopped down, slamming his head off a pillow. He laid there calmly as All Might reverted to the previous skeletal form. At least we know that he worries about his classmates before he worries about himself. But that was still close. All Might said, attempting a smile. Blood leaked from his jaw, and he closed his mouth. He probably knows that he will be fine as long as he's alive. Look at how quickly he healed. I think he's already fine. I can't see at first glance why he would pass out like that. She sat down in her chair, taller than she was, and spun around, grabbing a file from a desk cabinet. She opened it up and started to look through it while Toshinori tried to peek over. That had led to her slamming him over the head with her cane. These are medical files, licensed practitioners only. She kept reading through it for a while, till she closed it and put it back away. According to his file, when he runs out of his quirk's energy, he'll be out cold for a few days. It's happened once before. That's good. I'm glad he'll be fine, but what worries me more is that he didn't seem like himself when I arrived. All Might looked almost sorrowful towards the bed the boy was in. Anyone could change seeing their friends like that. Since he would be fine physically, then he will need help. Mentally. Think about how he must have felt watching everyone get injured in front of him, unable to help. Think about how you felt just seeing the after effects. I could tell that he saw at least 2 people get hurt. She patted the back of the pro hero, at which point he shook his head. No. It seemed like he was something else. He was fighting something my size. His eyes were full of rage, he seemed to be breathing fire, and it seemed like he was on his last legs. It was terrifying even to me. Not out of true fear but out of worry. How could a child contain a monster like that? All Might had left the room soon after finishing his sentence, running to make sure the other children were okay. The next thing Deku awoke to was a bed next to his, with a bandaged up Tsuyu in it, staring at him. "I'm glad you woke up. Karo." She leaned in and kissed his cheek. "Thank you for everything you did and said." She got up and left before Deku could respond, completely red and flustered. Not only was that his first kiss, but he didn't get a say in it. He noticed a couple pop-ups had piled up in a bell-like icon in the top right of his vision. The first pop-up, New System, Rage. This is a new bar that will fill as your anger rises. Some abilities will require this to be full. New ability, Dragon's Rage Level 1, requires full rage, drains 1% of focus per second, then 0.5% health until at 5%. Rule broken if life is in danger without the rage. Triple all stats, and lose access to current abilities. During this time, your most sadistic nature and truest feelings come out. Has access to hidden abilities. Ability regained, Meditation Level 1. It seems there was an error in your spirit animal. The system has decided to fuse them. Once re-leveled to max, this ability will ever-level your spirit animal and give you access to Dragon's Rage's hidden abilities, as well as new ones from the fusion. Passive gained. Fire Resistance Level 1. Take 5% less fire damage. Pretty simple. New system, Relationship Sim. Something to help keep track of how people feel about you, as well as help increasing their relationship status. Deku's hand slammed into his face as he read the last one. He decided to open it anyway and have a look at it. Inko Midoriya, 100%, Relationship, Parent. Katsuki Bakugo, 75%, Relationship, Rivals, Friends, Bully, Classmate. Shota Aizawa, 50%, Relationship, Grateful Teacher. Tsuyu Azui, 25%, Relationship, Potential Partner, Friend, Classmate. Mashareo Ojiro, 20%, Relationship, Best Friends, Classmate. Chiko Uraraka, 20%, Relationship, Inspired, Friends, Classmate. Tenya Ida, 15%, Relationship, Friends, Classmate. Ijiro Kirishima, 15%, Relationship, Friends, Classmate. Mina Ishido, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Yuga Aoyama, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Denki Kaminari, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Koji Koda, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Rikido Sato, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Mizo Shoji, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Kyoka Jiro, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Hanta Siro, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Fumikage Tokoyami, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Toru Hagakure, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Shoto Todoroki, 5%, relationship, neutral, classmate. Momo Yayorozu, 5%, relationship, neutral, classmate. Minoru Mineta, 0%, relationship, spiteful, resented, jealousy, classmate. Deku stats. Level 3. HP 300. Focus 420. Strength 20. Agility 15. Vigor 15. Intelligence 15. Wisdom 15, plus 3 from Turtle's mind. Unspent points 15. Skills. Tear off level 7. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 45% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic focus control level 6. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 5 inches of your body without costing focus. Every additional inch beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless assault level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic martial arts level 5. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 40% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Focused puncture level 3. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 25% of both and ignoring 30% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. Power throw level 4. With this skill, you channel focus into something you are about to throw, increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds you wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 6 focus to use this skill. Turtle Shell Shield level 3. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 8 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's Mind level max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom and an increase of 25%. Stealth level 2, a ninja's second best tool. This stat uses your agility to hide your presence. It takes 5 focus a second to use this skill. You can now hide in the shadow of your opponent, making it seem like you are not there at all. Assassination level 3. When unseen from your foe, you can strike the most deadly of spots. When unseen or unknown of, you can start using both your agility and strength. You can combine this skill with other attacks. This skill now also boosts your damage by 15%. It takes 15 focus to use this skill. Sound alike level 3. This is more or less just being able to use your wisdom to copy someone's personality. It works great, and you can even gain the skills of others by copying them, Nothing physical but mental. This only works if you know the person well enough. Each level increases the copy and the chance of gaining a skill. Hero's Courage Level 1. This skill uses your wisdom to boost the stats of those you target, increasing in effectiveness based on what you say to who. Max increase is 10% and costs 30 focus. Dragon's Rage Level 1. Requires full rage, drains 1% of focus per second, then 0.5% health until at 5%. Rule broken if life is in danger without the rage. Triple all stats, and lose access to current abilities. During this time, your most sadistic nature and truest feelings come out. Has access to hidden abilities. Fire Resistance Level 1. Take 5% less fire damage. Pretty simple. Meditation Level 1. It seems there was an error in your spirit animal. The system has decided to fuse them. Once releveled to Max, this ability will level your spirit animal and give you access to Dragon's Rage hidden abilities, as well as new ones from the fusion. Intimidate Level Max. This skill shows the rage inside you. Or at least that's what others think. The skill rolls your wisdom against their smarts or wisdom. Not really. Still just a stat checker. Takes 10 focus to use. Boosts wisdom during use by 25%. Originally Katsuki Bakugo's ability, learned through sound alike. What do you mean don't pieces them OFFs? They cheated in my game. They corrupted my save. I didn't even get my entire party back. A raging, now known as Shigaraki, was throwing a table off to the side in the villain's bar, part of it turning to dust as he grabbed onto it. Calm down, I managed to get the Nomu back. Honestly, I had hoped that I wouldn't have to intervene, but that boy was very interesting. I guess he also has your addiction to games. I mean, he called himself the player. The man on the screen was giving off an intimidating aura even through the screen. I refused to have anything in common with that goody two-shoes. Shigaraki was continuing his rampage, throwing the glasses from the bar round, smashing what was left of them on the ground. Shigaraki, stop throwing a tantrum. Just add him to the list of those you want to kill, or we could do one better. Try to get him to join us. The hideout of the villains began to scheme over days, at which point it was time for Deku and the other students to go to school. Deku had arrived early, choosing to sit on his desk and meditate, trying to level it. In the past few days he hadn't even gotten that far into it, while putting his whole focus into it. This was the hardest thing he has tried to level yet. This led to Ida walking in and chopping at the air. What are you doing on that desk, class president? It's highly disrespectful, even more so to the craftsman that made that. Ida, I'm trying to train my quirk. Please, I need quiet to do so. Deku had calmly stated, although he did show a sign of anger on his face. Ida's face went from one of irritation to light regret. Sorry, class president. Ida said while bowing. I'll try to be more quiet from now on. Deku just got a little more set off, but also started laughing out loud. Was something I said funny? Ida said while doing his usual hand chops in the air. No, it's just that. Deku keeps giggling while talking. You're talking about how you're going to be more quiet in a louder voice. I can see how this would be quite comical. Now then, I will return to my seat. Ida moved to his seat in a robotic fashion. His face as stern as ever, yet slightly regretful. Deku continued to meditate while using focus control. Gee, when will I be able to do something more than make my punches hit harder? For now that works, but I need to be able to do more. Maybe I can heal? Like other people? I can't move focus too far away, but maybe using it inside someone else is viable? I think making it flow through their body like water might work. New skill, Theorycraft Level Max, allows the user to think of new skills while meditating. These skills only work if put into practice within 1 hour. Theorycraft only allows for possible skills with current abilities. Theorycraft takes half of current focus with a minimum of 25% max focus in your gauge. Success rate is based off of int wisdom plus skill needed for activity, 25-100 rounded up to the nearest whole percent. Upon creation, this skill has a 100% chance success rate for its first use. This skill gets harder to use the more you use it, even more so when you succeed. New skill theory, Focus Health Level 1. By moving your focus into the body of another, you stimulate their cells with your unnatural energy, causing them to heal much faster than normal. Within 4 hours you could close and heal some life-threatening wounds. This can fix scarring and restores the target's fatigue. It takes about 10 minutes to heal small wounds and scrapes. This uses 2 focus a second, allowing you to use it for 3.5 hours. The cost scales with your focus at the moment. Once you can use it for 4 hours, the cost will start to increase. Deku shot off his desk and ran over to Ida, leaping into his face with a bright smile. I need to lightly bruise or cut you so that I can keep a skill I thought of. While hearing this, Ida's face slowly turned from a smile to match Deku's to a frown. Don't worry though. I'll be healing it. Please. Wait, you need to damage me to heal me? Ida questioned with a puzzled look. At which point Deku started to go into a mumble rant about his meditation skill, then about theorycraft and about focus health. Fine, it's alright, but next time you need a test dummy, please ask a teacher or other professional. Deku shook his head rapidly, then took out his house keys. He pushed the serrated edge against Ida's arm and let it rip, causing a small cut. He put his hand against it and started to use focus health on Ida. It took about 10 minutes and the wound was closed, at which point Deku got a pop-up. Permanent skill acquired, focus health. Thanks, Ida. As Deku bowed to his friend, he had started to blush. It was no problem at all, class president. Please just return to what you were doing. Deku got up and nodded, getting back onto his desk and then opening his status sheet. Well, if I need to make skills up while meditating, then I need to. Time to boost it. Thought Deku as he channeled all his available points into wisdom. Wisdom, 30, plus 7. He got back into his meditation state. He went through his thoughts and went over his weakness. He did technically have a medium and long-range option in power throw when combined with turtle shell shield, although it does drain my focus quite a bit. Maybe something to close the gap, like a pull. Maybe extending my focus out and pulling someone to me? Theorycraft passively activated. Rolling odds. Success. Changing formula used in theorycraft. Int wisdom, plus, skill needed for activity, 3100. No. I didn't want to do that. F dash. Deku thought to himself. It even made it so much harder to get new skills. Goddamn it. Wait, I'm starting to sound like Bakugo in here. After his small freak-out, Deku slid off his desk and into his seat. On his way to school, Bakugo sneezed rather loudly and mumbled, "Shitty Deku." As the time started to pass, the next one to enter the class was Tokoyami. This time Deku noticed he wore a red choker even when in uniform. Whatever it was, he wasn't going to speak up about it. They nodded at each other. Deku looked at the pop and sighed. He got off the table and read it. New skill theory, focus pull level 1. This skill measures your strength and wisdom versus an opponent's strength to pull them right to you. Distance limit at the moment is 20 feet. Takes 50 focus to use. The next student to walk in was Tsuyu. She and Deku looked at each other for a minute before Deku spoke up. I got a new skill that might be able to help you? He winced when he only just noticed anything but her eyes. Her face had been wrapped up largely in bandages. Her eyes full of hope, she just looked at him for a minute. It's okay. You don't need to worry about how I look. I already wasn't that appealing in the first place. Karo. Deku stood up, slamming his hands on the table. Warning, rage meter increased 5%. What do you mean you weren't appealing? You were cute. And you still are. I mean it. You always had a happy disposition and charming aura that could calm down someone almost as bad as Bakugo. Deku blushed at what he said, and quickly sat back down. Tokoyami smirked slightly with his beak, and Ida just tried to ignore it and study. Tsuyu was left flustered. No one other than her family had really ever called her cute before, nor did they say it so adamantly. She just stood there frozen till she just absorbed everything. You really think that? All of it? She turned her head sideways a bit, like an animal observing a human. All while the now flustered Deku just mumbled in his seat, mostly agreeing with himself while also trying to explain that he was sure the rest of the class felt the same way. Tsuyu sat down in her seat, and soon after the rest of the class started to flood in. The talk of the day was all about who our substitute teacher would be. There was no way in hell that Aizawa would be able to do it. Then, as if speaking his name would make him appear, there he was in the doorway. He looked more mummy than human, his entire upper body covered in bandages. It was like someone had disturbed the rest of an ancient pharaoh. He walked up to the lectern at the front of the class. "Everyone, I have a very important announcement." Everyone could feel their breath being held. "It's time for the school sport festival." A wide, toothy grin stretched across his face as the class let out a sigh of relief. The same thought echoed through everyone's heads. That's so normal. But before we do any of that, we will be having a tournament. Everyone could almost feel the excitement coming off of Bakugo, Kirishima, Ojiro, and Mineta. Although the class thought the last one was for some weird reason. A chess tournament. Aizawa held up a chessboard and set it down carefully so no pieces moved. New quest. Place in the class chess tournament. Rewards. Place third, 5 stat points. Place second, 5 more stat points plus a random common skill. Place first, total 10 stat points, random uncommon skill and a random rare skill. The first person to raise their hand would be Ida. "Sir, what does that have to do with hero studies?" "Well, that's simple. It's all strategy on top of, I'm letting you cheat with your quirks. As long as you don't get caught by your opponent. You can get caught a total of 5 times till you're out. The winner moves up. We will battle based on your seeding order. 1 battles 20, 2 and 19, so on and so forth. Also, falsely calling someone out for cheating will count against your 5 marks. To top the stress off, it's a time trial too. Run out of time and both of you are disqualified." The first matchup was Yuga Aoyama versus Momo Yaoyorozu. The young Frenchman had no chance against the class genius. She was always number 1 in the class during tests for a reason. He had no chance to cheat, while the classmates watching from the side could see her making small and fragile poles to push Yuga's pieces around without him knowing. "I get it now, the longer you last, the worse off you are later, because we will see everyone's moves from a different point of view." Deku thought to himself. The next challenge was Mina facing off against a slightly sad Mineta. No one knew why he was mad, but he caught Mina trying to cheat by laying her slime on the board over and over. Aizawa replaced the board and kicked Mina out of her seat. "Don't leave your traps in obvious places." The match most people were excited for was Deku and Tsuyu. However, the match was over in an instant. Deku's eyes went almost blank as he moved 5 times and left Tsuyu in checkmate. What no one noticed was that pieces would occasionally move towards Deku. Permanent skill acquired. Focus pull. Ida and Bakugo was an interesting match. While Bakugo was swearing at the uptight B, as Bakugo called him the whole match, it went very back and forth. The match ended with neither of them cheating in any way unless you count Bakugo's swearing. Overall, Ida couldn't keep up with Bakugo's aggressive play style. It was an honorable match, or as much as Bakugo can be. Between Achiko and Toru it wasn't even a competition. Toru would be caught cheating over and over, because it's really hard not to notice a piece moving on its own while the sleeve of the other person is flopping around. She got away with it a few times before Achiko caught on though. Still didn't bag her the win. Mashareo pitted against Todoroki was another honorable match. Neither of them used their quirks, although Todoroki won in the end. He said one thing. "One of the few things my father did with me that I enjoyed." Then he went back to his seat. Once it was time for Tokoyami and Kaminari to go against each other, they started strong. Tokoyami used a very small dark shadow to push pieces that Kaminari wasn't looking at. Once it was time for Kaminari to make his final move, or what the class assumed so, he flashed his quirk above him as brightly as he could. That led to him short-circuiting, and not knowing what his next move was going to be while everyone was blind. The class was a wave of facepalms. "Great job, Jammingway. Maybe next time you could stay conscious." Jiro chipped in. The rest of the matches were plain or boring. No one who was left really had a way to cheat, nor did they have the brain power save for Jiro or Shoji. They were both done with their matches rather quick. They went as so: Siro won over Kirishima, Jiro won over Koda, and Shoji won over Sato. In the next bracket, it seemed like Mineta was distracted though the entire match with Momo and lost quite quickly. Once it came to Deku against Bakugo, it was as if the former knew the latter's entire plan. It was as if a cat was baiting a mouse to lead it to the colony. Each move expertly made due to his extreme knowledge of Bakugo's thought process. Todoroki absolutely stomped Ochako. It was like watching Deku vs. Tsuyu all over. It was just a few moves and the little lady was done. He was ruthless, both on the battlefield and on the chessboard. Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to constantly distract his foe, or even blind him, leading Shiro to claim cheating a couple of times. Although they were counted against him, because Tokoyami did nothing to the board. Jiro and Shoji went back and forth, neither cheating because they knew the other would catch them. They ran out of time and were both disqualified. Momo and Deku was the longest match that didn't go over yet. They both took territory back and forth, constantly challenging each other for the next space. The entire room felt tense, and then Momo was caught cheating, using the same trick she did before. From then on it was the same back and forth. Deku avoided cheating. The only reason he used it before was to keep his skill. The battle was fierce, keeping the entire class on the edge of their seats, till Deku said one phrase, "Good game, checkmate." He held out his hand to shake hers. They shook and bowed to each other lightly, returning back to their seats. Third place confirmed, 5 stat points added. Deku nodded to himself, glad he was on the way back to earning his points from this morning. All he had to do was beat the winner between Tokoyami and Todoroki. Speaking of which, it was a massive back and forth. It seemed like Todoroki had memorized the entire board, making Tokoyami's blind and distract strategy null and void. He just moved each piece with Dark Shadow in the way, taunting him the whole time. Eventually Dark Shadow took it too far. "You're just a powered-up carbon copy of your dad." Upon hearing this, Todoroki reached out and grabbed Dark Shadow. He froze all of Tokoyami, except his head. "Say that again, and I'll leave your head buried." Todoroki was starting to look more like Endeavor than ever. His eyes cold and dead, staring right through the bird on ice. At which point, Todoroki was called out for cheating. "I never said you couldn't attack each other, you just assumed you couldn't." There is still a timer on Tokoyami's side, at which point he will forfeit if he doesn't move by then. Aizawa stated, watching the event play out. At which point Deku started laughing. Almost to a point of a psychopath. Rage meter rapidly increasing. "You're so set at being called a copy of your dad, so you act like him? A whiny beach who acts out of rage and pettiness? Dark Shadow is right, you are a carbon copy. Even if you think otherwise. Let me guess you don't use your fire because it's his power not yours, right? I think I have you figured inside and out. You're no better than him, he raised you to do exactly what he wanted, right? I'm guessing this is from a Quirk marriage, right? He gave you a scar from training, possibly ignored the rest of your family and drove you away from them. Some sort of major incident occurred, leading to you sealing away your fire half. You act edgy and mysterious, but really like all abused children fear, you ended up becoming exactly what you hated. You are so set on whatever goal you have, that you didn't realize you are doing exactly what he wants. Why else would you come on recommendation, if your father didn't approve?" Deku's voice slowly reached the more demonic state it had reached in the UFC. The only people who had seen this state were Tsuyu and All Might, and even then she didn't know how to stop it. Everyone was wide-eyed. This seemed so out of place. Deku never outwardly attacked anyone without a reason, nor did he attack others who weren't breaking the law. This was just cruel. Pulling apart his past bit by bit. Not even knowing if it was right. Wisdom and intelligence increased by 2 for making an accurate claim. Relationship with Todoroki dropped to -50%. Enemy, attack on sight, target of rage and sadness. Todoroki raised his right hand towards Deku, at which point Aizawa stepped in and used his quirk to stop Todoroki. "Do not attack your fellow students outside of exercises. Todoroki, go to the guidance office. Midoriya to Nizu's office. Now." Due to running numbers, you reached first place in the chess tournament. Another 5 points were added. Upon next wake up you will choose your skill. As Deku walked into the office, Nizu was standing in his seat to meet height with Deku. The small bear, rat, mouse, cat thing in a suit that ran the school. "Young man, I hear you mentally dissected a student in front of the entire 1A class. Interesting, how did you do it? Deku was just shocked to hear this. He choked on his own spit, coughing for a few seconds. His rage meter had already dropped back down, and he was coming to his senses. He looked at the principal for a moment before explaining. I don't really know. It was like it all fit together. Todoroki's lack of flame use I figured out by one of the buildings being frozen during the test with Aizawa. Him just picking up his partner and freezing over the whole building during All Might's test. On top of seeing no flames from what I remember at USJ. Then he threatened Tokoyami, and he did nothing to deserve it. I've only ever seen Tokoyami be nice. A little weird but nothing bad. I'm sure that Dark Shadow and I stepped over the line. But once that threat left his mouth, all I saw was red. Tears started to stream down Deku's face. I don't want to hurt anyone or make any enemies. I just want to help others. How can I do that if a threat pushes me to hurt the one who made it? Deku's head just fell into his hands, tears streaming out the side. It's perfectly normal to want to hurt those who threaten our loved ones and those we care for. It is also a shame that as heroes, we cannot act without proper cause. A threat is enough to bring someone in, but not enough to take them down. Do you understand? Nizu came around and rubbed the young man's back gently as Deku nodded. I understand you were in the middle of a chess match with the other students? Why don't we finish that here? Nizu took out a chessboard and set it up. Deku looked up and rubbed the tears out of his eyes, seeing a pop-up. New quest, survive, against Nizu. Rewards will be given based on how long you survive for. Rewards stack for 10 and above. Reaching 10 negates 5 and removes it from the rewards list. Permanently. 5 moves. Nothing but lowering your relationship with Nizu. 10 moves. The right to challenge this quest every week. 15 moves. 2 stat points to spend as you choose. 20 moves, 3 stat points to spend as you choose. 30 moves, random common skill. 40 moves, random uncommon skill. 50 moves, random rare skill. 100 moves, double all previous rewards. Win, gain all rewards, then double them. Lose the ability to challenge this quest. Does this mean the system thinks it would take more than 100 moves to beat him? Or does it mean that I won't be able to win whatsoever? Either way, this quest is way too good to not take up. I need to get stronger than ever before. Let's do it. Deku thought to himself as he sniffled, looking up in determination. I'll do it. Deku thought it was going to be easy to last at least 20 moves, but he was dead wrong. It was like he was Bakugo, and Nizu was him. He had to fight to live. He had to live to fight another day. It was tough, but he barely made it past 10, hitting 11 moves. Thanks, Nizu. I'll see you next week. Deku yelled as he left to get back to class. I was right. We can force quests to trigger. We just can't let him know about them. I didn't even tell him to come back next week, but he knew. Nizu thought to himself. Author's note. Hey, quick thing to mention, I left out Gamer's mind and body as skills, and just made them passive parts of the quirk. If you remember them from Chapter 1, good job. If you remember in the Gamer's mind works by just suppressing his emotion and makes him feel less. Now combining that with the ability to only feel rage. Anyway, I want reviews. I thrive off hearing what you guys think. Also, I want skill ideas. I want you to help me out a bit. Please. Everything I think of is boring. We need an uncommon and rare skill. Let's work together. Credit will be given to the creators. Also, I want to know if anyone figured out the formula for focus yet. Deku stats. Level 3. HP 300. Focus 750. Strength 20. Agility 15. Vigor 15. Intelligence 17. Wisdom 32 plus 8 from Turtle's mind. Unspent points 15. Skills. Tear off level 7. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 45% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic focus control level 8. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 3 feet of your body without costing focus. Every additional foot beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless assault level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic martial arts level 5. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 40% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Focused puncture level 3. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 25% of both and ignoring 30% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. Power throw level 4. With this skill, you channel focus into something you are about to throw, increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds you wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 6 focus to use this skill. Turtle shell shield level 3. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 8 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's mind level max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom and an increase of 25%. Stealth level 2, a ninja's second best tool. This stat uses your agility to hide your presence. It takes 5 focus a second to use this skill. You can now hide in the shadow of your opponent, making it seem like you are not there at all. Assassination level 3. When unseen from your foe, you can strike the most deadly of spots. When unseen or unknown of, you can start using both your agility and strength. You can combine this skill with other attacks. This skill now also boosts your damage by 15%. It takes 15 focus to use this skill. Sound alike level 3. This is more or less just being able to use your wisdom to copy someone's personality. It works great, and you can even gain the skills of others by copying them. Nothing physical but mental. This only works if you know the person well enough. Each level increases the copy and the chance of gaining a skill. Hero's Courage level 1. This skill uses your wisdom to boost the stats of those you target, increasing in effectiveness based on what you say to who. Max increase is 10% and costs 30 focus. Dragon's Rage level 1. Requires full rage, drains 1% of focus per second, then 0.5% health until at 5%. Rule broken if life is in danger without the rage. Triple all stats, and lose access to current abilities. During this time, your most sadistic nature and truest feelings come out. Has access to hidden abilities. Fire resistance level 1. Take 5% less fire damage. Pretty simple. Meditation level 1. It seems there was an error in your spirit animal. The system has decided to fuse them. Once re-leveled to max, this ability will level your spirit animal and give you access to Dragon's Rage hidden abilities, as well as new ones from the fusion. Intimidate level max. This skill shows the rage inside you. Or at least that's what others think. The skill rolls your wisdom against their smarts or wisdom. Not really. Still just a stat checker. Takes 10 focus to use. Boosts wisdom during use by 25%. Originally Katsuki Bakugo's ability, learned through sound alike. Theorycraft level max. Allows the user to think of new skills while meditating. These skills only work if put into practice within 1 hour. Theorycraft only allows for possible skills with current abilities. Theorycraft takes half of current focus with a minimum of 25% max focus in your gauge. Success rate is based off of int wisdom plus skill needed for activity, 30-100 rounded up to the nearest whole percent. Upon creation, this skill has a 100% chance success rate for its first use. This skill gets harder to use the more you use it, even more so when you succeed. Focus Health Level 1. By moving your focus into the body of another, you stimulate their cells with your unnatural energy, causing them to heal much faster than normal. Within 4 hours you could close and heal some life-threatening wounds. This can fix scarring and restores the target's fatigue. It takes about 10 minutes to heal small wounds and scrapes. This uses 2 focus a second, allowing you to use it for 3.5 hours. The cost scales with your focus at the moment. Once you can use it for 4 hours, the cost will start to increase. Focus Pull Level 1. This skill measures your strength and wisdom versus an opponent's strength to pull them right to you. Distance limit at the moment is 20 feet. Takes 50 focus to use. Inko 100%, relationship, parent. Katsuki Bakugo, 75%, relationship, rivals, friends, bully, classmate. Shota Aizawa, 50%, relationship, grateful teacher. Siu Azui, 35%, relationship, potential partner, friend, classmate, the one you will heal. Mashareo Ojiro, 20%, relationship, best friends, classmate. Chiko Uraraka, 20%, relationship, inspired, friends, classmate. Fumikage Tokoyami, 20%, relationship, friends, classmate, the one you protected. Tenya Ida, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Ijiro Kirishima, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Mina Ishido, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Nizu, 15% relationship, mentor, giver of quests. Yuga Aoyama, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Denki Kaminari, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Koji Koda, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Rikido Sato, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Mizo Shoji, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Kyoka Jiro, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Hanta Siro, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Toru Hagakure, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Momo Yaoyorozu, 10%, relationship, neutral, classmate, respectful rival. Minoru Mineta, 0%, relationship, spiteful, resented, jealousy, classmate, neutral. Shoto Todoroki, -30%, relationship, enemy, classmate, target of hatred and sadness, the one you outed. As class ended, Deku went up to Tsuyu and kinda froze. He just looked at her, trying to start sentence after sentence. "WW, would you like to hang out a little bit at my place? So I can heal you, of course." He started to move his hands frantically as his face went flush, realizing what he had said. The girl in front of him just laughed at his antics. Although it sounded more like a small frog croak, but it was rapid. "Yes, that's fine." She smiled through her bandages before walking toward the door. "Well, we should get a move on. In 2 hours I need to pick up my siblings." Deku hurried after the froggy girl. "Wait, if you have to get them home, wouldn't it make more sense to do it at your place?" Being forward, +5% to Tsuyu's relationship. Deku blushed at reading this. He just laughed nervously with one hand behind his head. "Well, that's fine, I guess," she said with her finger on her chin. Her face seemed to only change slightly based on her mood. "WWBLT, then let's go," Deku said, barely moving. He looked much more like Ida, moving in a very robotic fashion. This caused Tsuyu to laugh again. The two of them moved quietly until they got off the train. Once they started to walk, Tsuyu spoke up to her savior. "Your quirk is pretty interesting. I've never really had time to play games through. I've had to take care of my younger siblings most of the time." "That must mean you're great with kids, though. I could never watch kids for too long. I feel like I have no clue what to do, but I'm sure once you have kids you would make a great mother." Once Deku realized what he said, it was as if steam was coming out of his ears. They walked in silence as they got to her house. Once they opened the door, they were greeted by two older, froggy-looking people. A man and woman. The woman looked like a slightly taller and more supple Tsuyu, although her face was also rounder. She wore a purple sweater with a rather large neck and a black skirt. The man, on the other hand, looked much more like a toad than a frog. He was at least a head and a half taller than the woman, with a very broad build as well as brownish skin. He was wearing a suit without the jacket, as well as an angry mix with a shocked face. He happened to be holding what was now a broken mug, and was looking right at Deku. That was when the world froze. Including Deku. A pop-up appeared in front of his face. Two options: A. Be polite and say something about family being home, then leave. B. Introduce yourself. All Deku thought was B, and his body started to move on its own. He bowed with his right hand open palm against his left fist. Hello there, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm the student president and practitioner of basic martial arts. I was with your daughter during the attack and have come over with the hope of healing her. With that, he rose and looked up at the two adults. Relationship with Baru Azui raised to 15%. The nice boy her girl brought home. Relationship with Ganma Azui raised to 0%. On thin FANG ice. What do you mean heal her? The doctors that looked her over said she was fine, although she would scar. The man glared at the boy, his eyes never leaving the boy's nervous smile. Even then, why didn't you heal her on the spot? Instead of waiting to come here? The man turned his head to one side, seeming like every one of his joints cracked. He repeated the act with the other side. Each crunch raised Deku's nerves. Due to the nature of my quirk, I only recently gained the ability to heal. Even then it takes time, too long to be viable in the middle of combat. It also says it can heal scarring, which is what I'm aiming for. The man slammed his hand on the table. What kind of hero isn't combat ready? What do you mean by the nature of your quirk? Even more so, what do you mean, it says, huh? The man started to ramble on. I bet you aren't even really the class president. I bet you were only here to try to take my little girl from me. He started to get choked up with tears and stood up. Get ready, kid. I'm going to see if you really know any martial arts. Deku put his hands up with the palms facing the man. I don't think that is necessary, sir. With that, the man launched using his powerful legs and swung a right hook at the boy's head. Deku ducked underneath it and redirected the punch away. It went right into the drywall. At which point a long tongue came out of the older woman's mouth and slapped him on the back of Ganma's head. This is the first boy she has brought home, and you try to get into a fist fight with him? He's a hero course student, honey. The boxing lessons you took as a kid aren't going to match up. Also, if I remember correctly, this is the boy that saved her and helped take out the big monster we saw on the news. Relationship with Ganma Azui raised to 5%, on less thin FANG ice. You could almost see Tsuyu's bandages turn red. Mom, you didn't need to say the first part, she said with worry in her voice. Deku perked up when he heard about the man's boxing lessons. He didn't notice what Taoyu's mother had said, instead focusing on the dad. You took boxing lessons? Could you teach me a thing or two? Any kind of learning helps my quirk out quite a bit. The man let a smirk come across his face, then quickly dismissed it. No, he said, standing up proud. He had something a hero wanted to learn. What do you mean learning helps your quirk? Is it something knowledge-based? The boy shook his head. I'll tell you if you teach me some basics. He looked at the man with anxious eyes. Fine. The man grumbled. He didn't want to teach the kid, but he figured that saving his girl would be worth it. I mean, he also was curious about what kind of quirk could heal scarring. Well, to put it simply, I'm a RPG character. I have HP, focus which replaces mana, and recently got a healing skill. I can even put points into attributes. Once I learn a skill, I can level it and make it even stronger. The man just looked at the kid with a look of shock. Then he got into a simple boxer stance. Copy what I do, kid. The man spoke with pride, almost like he didn't just try to knock out the child in front of him moments ago. He threw out a few basic punches as well as moving his feet to match. Deku stood side by side with him, copying his movements. Pretty soon he got a skill. Stance, boxing level 1. This is one of the many fighting stances you can acquire. This stance focuses on footwork and hard-hitting punches. When in this stance, you can't kick but punches gain an extra 100% damage. Thank you, Mr. Azui. Deku bowed to the toady man, causing him to rub the back of his head and smile. It's no problem, kid. Although in his mind, sheet, I'm starting to like this brat. He seems good. I'll still be on guard though. The man shook his head. Didn't you say you were going to heal my daughter? Deku looked alerted, then nodded. Yes, sir. He took Tsuyu's hand and sat her down, much to the discomfort of her father, although her mother thought it was cute especially because the two of them were blushing when he did it. He brought his hands up to the side of her face and began to use focus health. Deku moved his hands gently around Tsuyu's face, being careful of what must be tender skin. He kept going for about 2 hours, then he heard the door open. If anything else is going on when I come back, we will have a nice long discussion, boy. Her father said as the two of them left. We're going to pick up Samidare and Satsuki. We'll be back soon. Her mother mentioned as she closed the door behind them, don't do anything rash. The two continued with the treatment. The parents got home, and the two kids sat and stared at Deku and Tsuyu for a little while before going off to watch TV. After about another 2 hours, the healing started to cut in and out. Tsuyu could tell and opened her eyes. Is everything okay, Izuku? Almost as soon as she spoke, he went to open his mouth, falling to the floor out cold. This sent the whole family into a frenzy. Except Tsuyu. She slowly went up to the cabinet and pulled out some dried squid. She keeled down on the floor, put his head on her lap, and fed him the squid. He made a low groan as he opened his eyes to a pop-up. Achievement get. How did I make it this far? Wake up in a girl's lap pillow. Once you achieve this, the relationship will go up with the girl by 10%. Also gain 1 status point. Deku let out a low groan as he got up, then he looked around and thought, sheet, after seeing the achievement, I may as well leave. I'll probably get killed here. I thought you may use up too much and pass out, Karo. Tsuyu spoke up, then he smiled at her. On the other hand, her father helped the boy up as soon as he was awake. Sorry, sir. Deku bowed to the older man. I must have used too much focus trying to make sure she was fine and passed out. He was bowing over and over again. He noticed another achievement. Achievement get. Down 2 boogie. Pass out from overusing focus and wake up within 2 minutes. Gain 2 vigor and wisdom. It's fine, boy. Are you okay? The older man put his hand on Deku's shoulders. He nodded in response. Are you sure? I don't want you damaging yourself just to get rid of my girl's scars. She wanted to be a hero and it was her choice. I may not like it, but it's what she's wanted to do for a long time. He continued to speak as if she wasn't right behind her classmate. That's part of the job, and it wouldn't make sense for you to get hurt to fix her pain. Deku smiled as he looked up at the man. Isn't that what heroes do, sir? They meddle where they aren't supposed to, and always help with a smile. Relationship with Ganma Azui raised to 15%. God damn, he's good. With that, Deku started to laugh. It got harder and harder as a tear came to his eyes. What's so funny, boy? I'm sorry, sir, but I've been holding this in since I met you, he kept laughing. My quirk has a relationship gauge that tells me a little bit of what people think of me, and watching yours has been a little too funny. With him letting that cat out of the bag, Tsuyu and Ganma both blushed as the frogged man pointed at the door. Out. Izuku stood up and walked out. Understood, sir. I'll see you in class on Monday, Tsu. He walked out almost robotically with a salute. The man grinned, then realized that if the boy wanted to, he wouldn't have left. On his way home, luck must have struck him yet again as he heard a small child scream. He rushed his way there, hoping he wouldn't have to fight much, his focus only half full. He had to think, what would he do if he had to fight? Would he try to save them and run? Go get a real pro hero? Or end up leaving them to suffer? The system has detected an event that is not happening in the proper timeline. If you continue, your hopes and dreams may be ruined. Continue? That was when Izuku froze. This would be a turning point in his life. Would he run forward and try to help them now, or would he help them at the proper time? Even worse, how did his quirk know when something was supposed to happen? Does this mean he would definitely be able to save her later? Or would something happen and that is what drives him to be better? He noticed the whole world wasn't moving again. Yet again, all he could think of was the obvious answer. He charged forward to see two men wearing black onesies and white plague masks. They were towering over a girl who looked to be no older than 6. She had long, unkempt white hair, red fragile and scared eyes. She was covered from head to toe in bandages, and wearing hospital gowns that were ripped and dirty. That was when Izuku heard something that broke the system. "Come on, Eri, we just need to run a few more tests today and go through a couple more experiments." That final word in the man's sentence snapped Izuku's sense of mind. Syntax error. Hidden passive gamer's mind unable to cope. Rage, hope, sadness, and courage seeping through. Rage meter rising to unknown levels. New bar being added, hero's hope meter. Effect. Once this bar rises to full, IT allows you to go beyond your stats plus ultra. It only fills once rage meter starts to truly overflow. Good F luck villains. Izuku jumped to the two burly men and pushed them aside, tears running down his face. Kid, what are you doing?" The one on the left spoke up. Izuku ignored the man and crouched next to the child, not noticing that his tears glowed green, along with a shine coming from his eyes. He pulled her into a hug. "Are these men hurting you?" he asked in a gentle and calming voice. Even though he was crying, he didn't stutter, there were no deep breaths. His face was almost vacant. The only sign that he was alive was his light breaths and running tears. She nodded slightly into his shoulder, at which point he put her against the wall. "You stay right here, okay? I'll stop these bad men, then I'll take you somewhere safe, okay?" His face slowly turned into a smile and memories started to flood in. "Of course, kid. Hell, I only got a hang of mine right after high school started." All Might's first words rang in his head. "You will be the only one, and I will be the one training you. The reason this dojo exists is my family had been martial artists for a long time, and once Quirk started to develop, my great-great-grandfather started to teach mutants using martial arts. The issue you see is that no one needs someone else to teach their kids anymore, when they had the Quirk the whole time. So you will be my first student. Ready to work hard?" Next was his meeting with his first real friend. Someone who didn't bully him or tease his goals. He went out of his way to look for old hero-based RPGs like City of Heroes and DC Universe Online so that he could learn more about his Quirk. "Well then, I guess you can't be blamed for missing classes, but I am guessing your mom canceled your classes." "Well, I mean, it's not like you can't keep coming. I won't train you, but we can hang out. You seem nice enough and your power is cool. I can help you learn about it and maybe help level your skills a bit if I have free time." His kindness even when he lost all reason to help. "Oh, a goody two-shoes, huh? Well then, I guess I'm ending a kid's life today." The first villain he fought on his own will. The sound of metal scraping as the thug's quills filled the trash can lid he had taken still ringing in his ears. He could feel his heart pumping for the first time in so long. Where were you going so early in the morning that you can waste time chasing bad guys? Meeting Mirio, who helped his dream come true. Put in good word as his senior at UA and even took the time to talk with him after their meeting. "You're Deku and you know it, you piece of shit. Just accept it. You know you're all worse than me other than the two fuckers who got in here on recommendation. I bet it helps having family in high places." Even Kaken was passing in his head, although he felt like the bully was more a rival. "I want a name." Izuku slowly turned around to face the two men. He rolled his neck, much like Ganma did before, causing every joint to snap, crackle, and pop. They looked at each other, then both started laughing. The one on the right moved up and put his hand on the child's shoulder, still laughing. "What are you, Captain Crybaby? What are you gonna do? Drown us?" This is where Izuku breathed in deeply through his nose and exhaled quickly through his mouth. "One more chance before I splatter your intestines across the other side of the alley." Izuku went to turn on Intimidate, but instead he got a notification. "You're going beyond, plus ultra right now. All skills will automatically upgrade even if you haven't unlocked it yet. Intimidate is now, killing intent, same effect but about 4 times stronger. Go ham, kiddo." The two thugs fell to their knees, the one on the left foaming at the mouth and passing out. The last man standing gulped loudly. "Overhaul." He is making you do this all. We don't want to cut apart a little girl. His real name is Kai Chisaki. He stole this girl from an orphanage. Please don't kill me. The man just spit all the info out he could think of at the moment. Izuku turned off his skill. You are going to answer all my questions. One by one, or else I turn that back on. Understand? The man nodded so fast his mask came flying off. He had tears in his eyes, reflecting Izuku's face back to himself. He smirked. This is the kind of power necessary to protect. The kind that puts fear into their foes and hope into the masses. So they went over all the facts. That Eri was the girl's name. She had a tracker in her leg, that Izuku used focus pull to remove it rather quickly, following up with focus health to make sure her leg was okay. He then shoved it down the coward's throat. He got the location of all 2 of the Yakuza's bases. He also got who was supposed to be where. He got to know what Overhaul's quirk was and how to avoid it. Izuku finished by kicking the man in the head and walking back to the girl. He picked her up next to his shoulder. Come on, Eri. I know a fully little guy that would love to take you in. Plus I need to have a long talk with that little rat. Izuku slowly powered down, the rage, sadness, both diminishing as well as his hope shining through. So the young boy called the cops, leaving the address of the alleyway, and walked his way back to Ye all for Nizu. He noticed his skill went back to normal. Author's note, Yo. What's up, readers? You and I have read everything you guys sent in so far. I love the really long reviews from Kristaloff the Philosopher and Lesbian Scientists. They both gave me great ideas. Tell me what you guys think, and as always, reviews are food for my soul. Deku stats. Level 3. HP 340. Focus 800. Strength 20. Agility 15. Vigor 17. Intelligence 17. Wisdom 34, plus 8 from Turtle's mind. Unspent points 11. Skills. Tear off level 7. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 45% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic focus control level 8. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 3 feet of your body without costing focus. Every additional foot beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless assault level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic martial arts level 5. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 40% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Focused puncture level 3. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 25% of both and ignoring 30% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. Power throw level 4. With this skill, you channel focus into something you are about to throw, increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds you wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 6 focus to use this skill. Turtle Shell Shield level 3. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 8 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's Mind level max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom and an increase of 25%. Stealth level 2, a ninja's second best tool. This stat uses your agility to hide your presence. It takes 5 focus a second to use this skill. You can now hide in the shadow of your opponent, making it seem like you are not there at all. Assassination Level 3. When unseen from your foe, you can strike the most deadly of spots. When unseen or unknown of, you can start using both your agility and strength. You can combine this skill with other attacks. This skill now also boosts your damage by 15%. It takes 15 focus to use this skill. Sound Alike Level 3. This is more or less just being able to use your wisdom to copy someone's personality. It works great, and you can even gain the skills of others by copying them, nothing physical but mental. This only works if you know the person well enough. Each level increases the copy and the chance of gaining a skill. Hero's Courage Level 1. This skill uses your wisdom to boost the stats of those you target, increasing in effectiveness based on what you say to who. Max increase is 10% and costs 30 focus. Dragon's Rage Level 1. Requires full rage, drains 1% of focus per second, then 0.5% health until at 5%. Rule broken if life is in danger without the rage. Triple all stats, and lose access to current abilities. During this time, your most sadistic nature and truest feelings come out. Has access to hidden abilities. Fire Resistance Level 1. Take 5% less fire damage. Pretty simple. Meditation Level 1. It seems there was an error in your spirit animal. The system has decided to fuse them. Once releveled to max, this ability will level your spirit animal and give you access to Dragon's Rage hidden abilities, as well as new ones from the fusion. Intimidate Level Max. This skill shows the rage inside you. Or at least that's what others think. The skill rolls your wisdom against their smarts or wisdom. Not really. Still just a stat checker. Takes 10 focus to use. Boosts wisdom during use by 25%. Originally Katsuki Bakugo's ability, learned through Sound Alike. Theorycraft Level Max. Allows the user to think of new skills while meditating. These skills only work if put into practice within 1 hour. Theorycraft only allows for possible skills with current abilities. Theorycraft takes half of current focus with a minimum of 25% max focus in your gauge. Success rate is based off of int wisdom plus skill needed for activity, 30-100 rounded up to the nearest whole percent. Upon creation, this skill has a 100% chance success rate for its first use. This skill gets harder to use the more you use it, even more so when you succeed. Focus Health Level 1. By moving your focus into the body of another, you STMLT their cells with your unnatural energy, causing them to heal much faster than normal. Within 4 hours you could close and heal some life-threatening wounds. This can fix scarring and restores the target's fatigue. It takes about 10 minutes to heal small wounds and scrapes. This uses 2 focus a second, allowing you to use it for 3.5 hours. The cost scales with your focus at the moment. Once you can use it for 4 hours, the cost will start to increase. Focus Pull Level 1. This skill measures your strength and wisdom versus an opponent's strength to pull them right to you. Distance limit at the moment is 20 feet. Takes 50 focus to use. Stance. Boxing Level 1. This is one of the many fighting stances you can acquire. This stance focuses on footwork and hard-hitting punches. When in this stance, you can't kick, but punches gain an extra 100% damage. Inko Midoriya, 100%, relationship, parent. Katsuki Bakugo, 75%, relationship, rivals, friends, bully, classmate. Shota Aizawa, 50%, relationship, grateful teacher. Siu Azui, 50%, relationship, potential partner, friend, classmate, the one you will heal. Mashireo Ojiro, 20%, relationship, best friends, classmate. Chiko Uraraka, 20%, relationship, inspired, friends, classmate. Fumikage Tokoyami, 20%, relationship, friends, classmate, the one you protected. Tenya Ida, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Ijiro Kirishima, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Mina Ishido, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Nizu, 15% relationship, mentor, giver of quests. Relationship with Baru Azui raised to 15%. the nice boy her girl brought home. Relationship with Ganma Ajui raised to 15%, God DMN he's good. Yuga Aoyama, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Denki Kaminari, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Koji Koda, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Rikido Sato, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Mizo Shoji, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Kyoka Jiro, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Hanta Siro, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Toru Hagakure, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Momo Yaoyorozu, 10%, relationship, neutral, classmate, respectful rival. Minoru Mineta, 0%, relationship, spiteful, resented, jealousy, classmate, neutral. Shoto Todoroki, -30%, relationship, enemy, classmate, target of hatred and sadness, the one you outed. Izuku was holding Eri tightly to his body as he ran down the street. He made sure her face was hidden from the people nearby. He didn't know who could be a part of this terrible group. He just patted her back as he paid for their train tickets. Some of the passengers could be heard, but he didn't care. Once the train stopped, he instantly ran off and made it inside UA, where he broke into the principal's office by kicking the door open. "Nizu, we've got an emergency," he yelled as he ran through the door. "Why, I would hope not. Especially with this cute little girl in your hands. Just one question, Midoriya, where did this girl come from?" Nizu looked like nothing out of the normal had happened, and stood up on his desk to look at the child closer. "I kinda took her. I know that doesn't sound good, but they were going to hurt her. I couldn't do nothing." Izuku looked at Nizu with a face of both consideration and anger. It was to say that Izuku was clearly not angry at Nizu, but the ones that he took them from. "I know you wouldn't kidnap a girl with no reason. May I?" Nizu held out his hands, and carefully Izuku moved to put the now asleep girl in Nizu's arms. He held her and sat down where he was standing. The girl was almost as big as him, which was a weird sight. "Now then, you should really start explaining before I have to call the cops. If I have all the information, I can claim a student with a provisional license took her." That's when Izuku realized it. He didn't remember anything since he left Tsuyu's house. Nothing at all was in his head since then. All he remembered was that he knew she had to be saved from people that were going to hurt her. Then it dawned on him. He couldn't remember because of whatever happened when he heard something about her. He couldn't clearly remember it, which was weird considering that he never forgot anything before. "I don't remember at all. I remember almost all the info I got from someone that I assume was there. I don't remember interacting with him at all, but I remember all the info he gave me. I know the location of the only 2 Yakuza bases left. I know this sounds really bad, but I mean, you know my quirk is weird, right, Nizu?" The rat, badge, dog thing started to rub the young girl's head, shaking his own. "You know that my hands would be tied if you have no real memory. She is going to go somewhere safe, and you, my favorite chess partner, are going to have to go to jail for vigilantism at best. At worst it will be kidnapping." Izuku started to breathe deeply. Should he have saved her? Will his future be ruined? No, it wouldn't. "Nizu, I need you to trust me. I need you to let me leave the school. I also need your permission to fight as a faculty member." "What makes you think I can give that? Aizawa gave us permission to protect Arsa level ES. I'm sure you could classify this as something of extra credit. I'm sure there must be a hero already working on the case of the remaining Yakuza. Give me a chance here." Izuku looked at his principal with pleading eyes. "I can't lose everything I've worked for in life, because I saved someone. Please." Nizu looked into Izuku's eyes. He saw himself. A scared animal in a world that just doesn't make logical sense. I mean, what kind of society should lock up a kid for saving someone in the heat of the moment? I've done research of the time before quirks. He would be a hero for helping a child in need. Now that superpowers are in play, he's a villain for saving someone? Humans just don't make sense. "I'll give you a 1-hour head start after you write a note that you left with this child. I will also write you a location where we can continue our games of chess, and another location of the hero agency that is working on that case. Our games of chess will also serve as a way for information to be passed. These are the terms of our extra credit. Nizu and Izuku nodded at each other. Izuku grabbed a blank piece of paper off his desk and crumpled it a bit, then started to write a note on it. It contained all the info he had gathered so far, as well as saying that he was going alone to stop the Yakuza. He put down the note and looked to Nizu as he walked out. Thank you. The only person you should thank, young man, is yourself. If you can do enough good to balance out the bad here. Izuku put a shocked look on his face and walked up to Nizu, who handed him the note with the addresses. I thought you were about to forget. Good luck, Midoriya. Izuku was on his own now. As he left UA, he would have to act alone for the most part. Yes, he would be able to relay information to 2 different sources, but that was it. It was time to move forward with his choice. He was running. There was no time. Izuku had an hour till heroes would be chasing him down as a vigilante. The first thing he had to do was get somewhere safe. He thought of the patrols of the heroes that worked at UA. The only ones he thought he might be able to take on without major damage would be either Midnight or Eraserhead. He had no clue how his and Midnight's quirks would interact with each other, so the next best bet would be Eraser's patrol routes. So it was off to Narahata to try and set up some sort of base. By train it took him about a half an hour. Now he needed somewhere where he could sleep. He had 2 skills he would most likely need for the path ahead of him. He started to run through alleyways looking for the warehouse district. It was then that he ran into a slightly taller man wearing an All Might hoodie and a mask. He looked him up and down, also noticing knee and elbow pads, and some sort of impact-resistant gloves. Hey kid, you alright? Although I guess I couldn't be calling you kid, I'm most likely not too much older than you. The man spoke in a higher voice than expected based on his physique. Are you hurt? Why are you running? The man crouched down slightly to look into Izuku's eyes. Then it dawned on him. That's a limited edition young age All Might hoodie. He yelled right into the face of the man in front of him. He started to inspect it and looked it over. But if you are wearing an All Might hoodie, protective gear and a mask, you must be the Crawler. What great luck to run into you right after my debut as a vigilante. The boy continued to mumble on, all while the man started to tear up. Someone got my name right. He was about to hug Izuku when he started to hear his mumbling and cut him off. Wait, debut as a vigilante? What do you mean, kid? Oh, I saved a girl from something to do with the Yakuza and turned her into Principal Nizu and then was told to run. Crazy, right? I mean, what are the chances that I ran into someone affiliated with an old crime network? Now I have nowhere to sleep, eat, or train my quirk. Izuku weirdly said all of this with a smile as tears slowly started to fill his eyes. Hey, why? The Crawler shook Izuku by his shoulders a bit. It's going to be okay, you can come stay with me and train with me. I don't know if I would be able to accommodate another mouth to feed, but you can come along. He picked up Izuku and put him on his back, then got down on all fours. Hold on. He slowly lifted up off the ground and zipped right through the alleyway, then up a wall. Izuku was holding onto his body tightly. At the top of the building was a small shack that looks like it could barely hold one person. There was a clothesline going off it that was full of All Might hoodies, and a skirt weirdly enough. As Izuku went up to the door, his hand was stopped by the Crawler. Wait! He knocked on the door and yelled inside, Honey, I'm coming in with a guest. Give me a minute. Izuku heard a feminine voice from inside, which he guessed was the person that skirt belonged to. A few minutes later, what looked like a high school girl about his age, came out. Hey kid. She had poofy pink hair, popping out on both sides of her head. Her eye was blue and she had an eye patch. Then Izuku looked down and freaked out, blushing, as she was in a succubus outfit. You ruined my surprise for the Crawler. Izuku was still freaking out as she looked at him angrily. The Crawler was the first to speak up. You've gotten pretty good at quickly changing into your outfit. She pouted and turned away from him. Come on. He's just a scared kid who accidentally became a vigilante like me. How was I supposed to pass up the opportunity to take him in? She looked back at him with a mixed face of shock and anger. Did you just say you would take him in? Crawler quickly put his hands up as to surrender. Yes, but what else was I supposed to do? Tell me. At which point Izuku started to laugh. Sorry, it's just you two are bickering like an old couple, while I just need to tell you that I only need a night is enough to stop it. I need a good night's rest to recharge, then I'm good to go on the road. He was giggling the whole time explaining it. Wait, what? Oh no you don't. We still are heroes, even if the law doesn't say we are. This time the girl spoke up, which confused both Izuku. Weren't you against taking him in? The crawler looked with quite a bit of confusion. Of course not. She bonked him on the head. How can we leave someone on the street after finding out they are running because they helped someone? He's Himawari and I'm Hanayama. Got it? Good. You're staying here till you can actually get a place to stay. Izuku put his hands up this time. With who I'm going after, I can't let others get in Volatile Edition. Just one night, I insist. Well, who are you going after? Himawari questioned. Also, you can just call me Koichi. Most people do anyway without my permission. So just go ahead. Well, Himawari, to be honest with you, I'm going after Shai Hasaikai and the Yakuza. As soon as Izuku said that, Koichi's face went much more grim and gave off a dark aura in of itself. The roof around his feet cracked deeply, and Izuku could hear his teeth grinding. Hanayama ran up and grabbed him, shaking him harshly. Hey, I'm okay. I'm right here. They aren't going to hurt me anymore. At that point she slapped him. He shook his head and snapped back to reality. Sorry, I just remembered what they did to you. Koichi reached his hand up and held her face, on the same side that her eye patch was on. Izuku looked at them for a minute before Koichi broke the silence yet again. Yeah, if you are going after those scumbags, you are going to need our help. We have a ton of information on them and we can even get you in contact with our pro-hero contact. Izuku started to tear up. Thanks for all your help. He bowed while letting out a stream of tears. You really cry a lot. You know that, kid? Koichi said while rubbing the back of his head. Yes, I know. Izuku said, brushing his hand off and standing back upright. It was Izuku's first morning and he awoke with 3 notifications right in his face. Well, 4 if you count stacking messages. He groggily got up and started reading them. You slept in a slightly uncomfortable cot. You regained 80% of your total focus and health. He swiped it away and started reading the next. Due to you getting your first rare skill, congrats. You unlocked the race system. You will no longer be a normal human anymore. Your rare skill will be converted into a choice between 3 races. He just sighed. Of course there would be more. Then meets the eye with his quirk. Of course there would be something to make him look weirder than just interacting with something that wasn't there. He swiped it away and saw 2 little gift boxes, one with the price tag of rare and the other uncommon. He opened the rare one first. Welcome to the rarest races of your world. Each one comes with a skill, as well as a hidden feature that will become known at level 10. Each one also opens up new trees of skills that are race-specific. Behind door number 1. Damper. Not quite a human, not quite a vampire. They lie right in the middle. They are not hurt easily, as well as needing to feed off blood from some sort of animal. The skill you gain with this race is feeding level 1. If you consume enough flesh of an animal or even human, you gain access to their skills. The more fresh and more you eat, the more skills you gain. If that isn't your cup of tea, try Key Shifter. These legendary martial artists had ascended to the next stage of evolution, allowing them to take on physical traits of their spirit animals. The most common form seems to be referred to werewolf. Although the downside is during the night, when energy soars, they can lose control and transform, taking on a personality of their spirit animal in its purest form. The skill you gain from this race is Shift Level Max. Take on the physical traits of your spirit animal and gain the instinct in order to properly use them. Inside door number 3, we have a shaped slime. This race comes with a few ups and downs, the first being that you must eat about 2 times more than you already do to stay stable. Although you can eat almost anything, you become the next evolution of the classic RPG slime. You keep your form and can change it slightly. It is innately the weakest of the three options. The skill you gain is Shape Change Level 1. You can modify the shape of your appearance, like changing height and length of hair. You need to consume mass in order to change it. These changes become permanent until you change again. Izuku looked at the choices in front of him. He started to mumble to himself. Well, it seems like the system gave them to me in order of power, then theoretically I should take Dampire, although I don't really want to be bound to consuming blood. Especially while I am trying to clear my name. Key Shifter also seems good. Although I don't want to see what the rage and strength of a dragon combined with the defensiveness and wisdom of a turtle could be like during a rampage. Shaped Slime seems like it could be very good for hiding, but not much else. If I am going into hiding, it should be the best answer. The other two vigilantes just looked at Izuku like he was crazy, muttering to himself right after waking up, along with talking about consuming blood and the rage of a dragon. Whatever that could mean. Then he reached up and it looked like he pressed something that wasn't there. Then suddenly it was as if a wave of green gelatin was cast over his body, and he just shook that off. Izuku then reached up for the next skill. 3 were laid out in front of him. Juggernaut. Gains strength equal to 2.5% of max health, and adds strength into your max health formula. Izuku had to do a double take at that one. It seemed extremely powerful. Almost like any game that had that built in would have balance issues. He couldn't wait to see what the other two looked like. Racial Chromatic allows the user to change the colors of their body as much as they would like. This aligns with the changes made from Shape Change. Izuku seemed disappointed at first. Then he realized, if he was going to be moving around as a vigilante, then being able to be a completely different person seemed like an easy choice. He should still look at the other option though. Increased lung capacity. The time it takes you to start being affected by the suffocation status effect is tripled. This would have been useful about a year ago. Izuku thought to himself. He selected Chromatic and hummed to himself peacefully. Then he looked up to see the 2 other people in the tiny house, staring at him like he had 2 heads. Then he realized he never explained his quirk to them. He also realized he shouldn't. At least as little as possible. It's because of my quirk. It's a self-evolve ing information type. The green wave was just from absorbing new information. He laughed nervously. I also have another quirk, which I'll be using from now on. He got up and dusted himself off. Before you do that, could you step outside? I don't want you using an active quirk inside. Hanayama kindly asked him. Oh, of course. Izuku quickly hurried his way outside. He picked up some of the rubble from the caving-in roof. He stuck it in his mouth and swallowed seamlessly, and grew about 5 centimeters. His skin also turned purple, no too close to Ashido. Different colors. He instead turned blue, and grew small white, oni-like horns at the top of his head. His hair turned white along with the horns sprouting out, and his body looked more muscular. He then took out his phone and dialed the only number he had in it. Bakugo. All while the 2 owners of that rooftop watched, waiting to see what he was doing. Welp, here goes nothing. Izuku thought as he turned on Intimidate. What the F do you want on a Saturday morning? The other 2 people on the roof can hear him through the phone. Hell, they both were thinking that people on the street could hear it. Izuku responded in kind. Shut the F up and listen before I splatter you against your bedroom wall. The Big Bang is brighter than we thought on the screen. Then he instantly hung up. Bakugo just looked at the phone, now silent. He knew this phrase. He just couldn't remember it. He was in the middle of a workout though. He finished up his crunches, wiped down his body, and put a shirt on. Having to wear as little clothes as possible was a huge downside for his quirk. No jogs around the neighborhood, no going to a public gym. He went downstairs, where his mom was enjoying a nice hot cup of coffee. Hey Hag, do you ever remember Izuku saying something like, the Big Bang is brighter than we thought on the screen, or something? His mother looked at her cup for a bit. Didn't he say, the screen dims the Big Bang a lot when you accidentally used your quirk when you were mad? That's when the color drained from Katsuki's face. He ran to the door, slipping his shoes on and bursting through it. He ran all the way to UA. Then he realized that no one would be. So his next bet would be to go to a pro hero's office. more specifically one that worked for the school. He could only think of one. Izuku then threw this phone off the roof, using power throw. It flew for a while before slamming into the ground at least 4 blocks away. Both Koichi and Hanayama looked at him with concern. What? They know who I am normally, so they know how to track my phone. Okay then, let me fill you in with what we know, and set up a meeting with our contact. Koichi brought him back inside, and they started to go over the quirks of the 8 precepts. The top dogs of Shai's branch of the Yakuza. They went over base locations, and their major source of income. Trigger. A quirk-boosting drag, that if tampered with just enough, can make people go crazy while under its effects. Izuku figured that trying to join as an adult would be a terrible idea. So he shrunk down to about the size of a middle schooler and added a devil-like tail. The tail itself wasn't strong. Hell, his horns weren't that hard. But it would work. Next was training. He first entered meditation. His first thought was to use theorycraft for a voice-adjusting skill. But first he needed to boost his wisdom. Wisdom, 46, plus 11. Skill crafting, vocal modification, calculating. Success. Increasing difficulty for theorycraft. New skill theory, vocal modification level max. You can change your voice as you see fit. Izuku instantly changed his voice to be younger, as well as a little more feminine. Anything to hide his identity. The rest of the day was spent in meditation trying to level it. Next was meeting Koichi's hero contact. What Izuku didn't expect was to walk into the alley and be faced to bandage with Eraserhead. You gotta be FING kidding me. Eraser's first instinct was to let them talk for a second. He had a feeling it was too much of a coincidence that his student turned vigilante, and now his contact had a new one who needed a contact in the hero world. Hi, I'm Owen I. As Izuku was talking, Eraser activated his quirk which, true to shape change, didn't affect his appearance. Although it did turn off vocal modification. Explain. Quickly. Eraser started to unwrap his binding scarf, and continued to look down at his student. I got a few new skills, a little girl in danger, had to save her, moved before I could think, now I need evidence she was in danger. Izuku spat her out at high speeds. Eraser let out a sigh and crouched down. You already had contacts, didn't you? You don't need me for information. Izuku nodded. You wanted to be able to ask me for help. Izuku continued to nod. He was rather cute as a little demon boy could be. Well, I would like to help you, but I can't for obvious reasons. But if you can plan out an attack, I can get all the UA staff to help with the raid. Deal? Izuku didn't realize why Eraser sounded like he was talking to a kid, which was because he looked like one, but he was filled with determination and agreed. Author's note, so I actually do out the math for things like theorycraft, and as a tabletop RPG player, I feel FING cheated. I mean, he had a 10% chance to get the voice changer, roll a D100 and get a what the hell man. Anyway, how is everyone? Anyone figure out any of the math behind his sheet? Got any ideas? Credit to lesbian scientists for a shape-shifting idea, Kristaloff the philosopher for the idea of vampires, and thank all of you for the reviews. Which I will be going over next. Project Iceman. Yeah, that makes sense, since it's just an extension of him really. Mystery 889. Hey. It's here. Shady MO. Nizu FNG hates most humans. I 100% believe he would hate how society has formed since quirks, partially because that was the whole reason he was experimented on. Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch, but it also is like reverse plot armor. DMC. One thing I forgot to mention, I made a Discord, where you guys can all talk as well as ask me questions personally. At some 4D come and talk. Deku stats. Race, shape slime. Level 3. HP 340. Focus 1025. Strength 20. Agility 15. Vigor 17. Intelligence 17. Wisdom 46, plus 11 from Turtle's mind. Then spend points 0. Skills. Tear off level 7. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 45% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic focus control level 8. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana, or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 3 feet of your body without costing focus. Every additional foot beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. Cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless assault level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic martial arts level 5. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 40% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Focused puncture level 3. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 25% of both and ignoring 30% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. Power throw level 4. With this skill, you channel focus into something you are about to throw, increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds you wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 6 focus to use this skill. Turtle Shell Shield level 3. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 8 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's Mind level max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom and an increase of 25%. So, level 2, a ninja's second best tool. This stat uses your agility to hide your presence. It takes 5 focus a second to use this skill. You can now hide in the shadow of your opponent, making it seem like you are not there at all. Assassination level 3. When unseen from your foe, you can strike the most deadly of spots. When unseen or unknown of, you can start using both your agility and strength. You can combine this skill with other attacks. This skill now also boosts your damage by 15%. It takes 15 focus to use this skill. Sound alike level 3. This is more or less just being able to use your wisdom to copy someone's personality. It works great, and you can even gain the skills of others by copying them, nothing physical but mental. This only works if you know the person well enough. Each level increases the copy and the chance of gaining a skill. Hero's Courage level 1. This skill uses your wisdom to boost the stats of those you target, increasing in effectiveness based on what you say to who. Max increase is 10% and costs 30 focus. Dragon's Rage level 1. Requires full rage, drains 1% of focus per second, then 0.5% health until at 5%. Rule broken if life is in danger without the rage. Triple all stats, and lose access to current abilities. During this time, your most sadistic nature and truest feelings come out. Has access to hidden abilities. Fire resistance level 1. Take 5% less fire damage. Pretty simple. Meditation level 2. It seems there was an error in your spirit animal. The system has decided to fuse them. Once releveled to max, this ability will level your spirit animal and give you access to Dragon's Rage hidden abilities, as well as new ones from the fusion. Intimidate level max. This skill shows the rage inside you. Or at least that's what others think. The skill rolls your wisdom against their smarts or wisdom. Not really. Still just a stat checker. Takes 10 focus to use. Boosts wisdom during use by 25%. Originally Katsuki Bakugo's ability, learned through sound alike. Theorycraft level max. Allows the user to think of new skills while meditating. These skills only work if put into practice within 1 hour. Theorycraft only allows for possible skills with current abilities. Theorycraft takes half of current focus with a minimum of 25% max focus in your gauge. Success rate is based off of int wisdom plus skill needed for activity, 30-100 rounded up to the nearest whole percent. Upon creation, this skill has a 100% chance success rate for its first use. This skill gets harder to use the more you use it, even more so when you succeed. Focus Health Level 1. By moving your focus into the body of another, you stimulate their cells with your unnatural energy, causing them to heal much faster than normal. Within 4 hours you could close and heal some life-threatening wounds. This can fix scarring and restores the target's fatigue. It takes about 10 minutes to heal small wounds and scrapes. This uses 2 focus a second, allowing you to use it for 3.5 hours. The cost scales with your focus at the moment. Once you can use it for 4 hours, the cost will start to increase. Focus Pull Level 1. This skill measures your strength and wisdom versus an opponent's strength to pull them right to you. Distance limit at the moment is 20 feet. Takes 50 focus to use. Stance. Boxing Level 1. This is one of the many fighting stances you can acquire. This stance focuses on footwork and hard-hitting punches. When in this stance, you can't kick, but punches gain an extra 100% damage. Vocal Modification Level Max. You can change your voice as you see fit. Shape Change Level 1. You can modify the shape of your appearance, like changing height and length of hair. You need to consume mass in order to change it. These changes become permanent until you change again. Racial Chromatic Level Max. Allows the user to change the colors of their body as much as they would like. This aligns with the changes made from shape change. Inko Midoriya, 100%, relationship, parent. Katsuki Bakugo, 75%, relationship, rivals, friends, bully, classmate. Shota Aizawa, 55%, relationship, grateful teacher, one who worries. Siu Azui, 50%, relationship, potential partner, friend, classmate, the one you will heal. Mashireo Ojiro, 20%, relationship, best friends, classmate. Chiko Uraraka, 20%, relationship, inspired, friends, classmate. Fumikage Tokoyami, 20%, relationship, friends, classmate, the one you protected. Tenya Ida, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Ijiro Kirishima, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Mina Ishido, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Nizu, 15% relationship, mentor, giver of quests. Bru Azui, 15%, relationship, the nice boy her girl brought home. Ganma Azui, 15%, relationship, god DMN he's good. Koichi Himawari, 15%, relationship, a fellow vigilante. Blank Hanayama, 10%, relationship, one who helps. Yuga Aoyama, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Denki Kaminari, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Koji Koda, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Rikido Sato, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Mizo Shoji, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Kyoka Jiro, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Hanta Siro, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Toru Hagakure, 10%, relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Momo Yaoyorozu, 10%, relationship, neutral, classmate, respectful rival. Minoru Mineta, 0%, relationship, spiteful, resented, jealousy, classmate, neutral. Shoto Todoroki, -30%, relationship, enemy, classmate, target of hatred and sadness, the one you outed. It had been a busy week for Izuku. About 6 days. He had left from the crawler and Pop Step's place after meeting with Eraserhead. He realized with one of the 8 precepts Quirk he would have to make up a story and stick to making it as real as possible, hoping he could lie through his power. Or at least try to. He would have to live by stealing out of people's garbage for food and sleep in alleyways. He had to make his story a reality. At least to get past a quirk that forces one to tell the truth. He believed that he could get past it. All he had to do was work. Part of which meant that he couldn't contact either Nizu or the hero in charge of the Yakuza case. Then Izuku had a thought. All he had to do was get people to tell the story that he wanted them to. He went back to Pop and the Crawler's place. He told them exactly what to say, and had them put Eraser on the phone, who he had done the same as them. Now it was time to wait. He heard every month on the 5th that leader, Shai Hasaikai, went to the doctors for a checkup. Now all he had to do was wait. One of the allies he had taken a nap in was next to the bar one of the 8 bullets drank at. He does ramble about the boss whenever he is plastered. Like really? Izuku was stuck there for like 3 or 4 hours listening to the guy ramble on. How does he even function like that? Izuku would never know. Well, he does. His quirk helps him function while drunk off his butt. So when Izuku saw a man walking out of the office wearing a bird-like mask, with 2 men following him, it was time to move. The 2 following him were Hekiji Tengai and Kendo Rappa. Great, the unstoppable shield and spear, with the wielder to keep them in line. Izuku had torn up the clothes he was given by Pop and Crawler and ran up to Overhaul. He stopped in front of them and started to shake. I heard you take care of those that work for you, is that true? Izuku had turned on vocal modification and had set it to his little kid voice. He made sure to tremble as he looked up with almost puppy dog eyes. The thinner of the 2 guards put his hand up. Eijitingai, his quirk, barrier. It allowed him to make invisible fields almost as strong as a 2-inch steel wall. He looked older and wore a black kimono, along with his plague doctor mask. The wall was put between Izuku and the boss of the criminal syndicate. So what if I do take care of my employees? The man answered coldly, staring down at the child with disgust. Would you possibly hire me? At which point the bigger of the 2 guards started to laugh. Kendo Rappa, aka the Rapper. His quirk, strong arm. It allows him to rotate his shoulders at extreme speeds, which allows him to wear his opponents down in the few seconds it can stay active when paired with his strength. He walked up to the boss and whispered something in his ear. We could make him a friend of Eri after a screening. Someone who you could use to manipulate her and threaten if she doesn't listen. Then she could also become a reverse wiretap for anything he may say if he is a spy. Overhaul agreed with the more muscular man. Although he knew it was because the big guy had a soft spot for the girl and was just trying to find a way to keep her happy. I'll accept you after a screening. Then we will tell you what your job is. If you understand, follow us. Overhaul kept walking, the almost invisible wall of steel in front of him vanishing in almost an instant. Tiny demon boy Izuku started to follow the group of 3. He did stay a few steps back as every time he would try to get closer, he would bump into a barrier put up by Hekiji had up for most of their walk. It was fair in Izuku's mind. Once they had gotten back to what looked like an abandoned building once they walked in, Overhaul touched the ground. Izuku watched as it destabilized, crumbling open as they walked in. Another barrier stopped him from walking down. Overhaul spoke up, we will come back shortly with the one that will screen you. So Izuku did all he could do. After about an hour they came back with exactly who Izuku thought would be brought. Shin Nemoto quirk, confession. This quirk allowed him to force someone to answer any question given by him, truthfully. This is what Izuku prepared for. The man was wearing the signature 8 Precepts Plague Doctor mask, along with a long black coat, a pair of khakis, some strung-up work boots. He sat down across the table from Izuku and looked him in the eyes. Overhaul put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, which put him on high alert. If I hear one thing that I dislike, or makes me think you may be a spy, I'll tear you apart where you sit. Izuku gulped as the across from him opened his mouth, or at least it seemed like he did behind his mask. What is your name? It felt like a surge of energy overtook Izuku, and he opened his mouth without any thought. Izuku Midoriya? Welp, there goes any chance he had at hiding his true identity. Why are you here? Again that energy took over his body, and he answered, truthfully, I'm here to infiltrate your operation in order to find what you're doing to Eri, and free her if possible. When Izuku's world went white, he slowly felt like he was falling, saw all his memories passing by him. Watched as he saw himself grow up, getting bullied by Kaken. He started to cry slightly. This must be what they mean by your life flashing before your eyes. He finally got to see what his dad looked like, almost a perfect match for him but taller. He had some muscle on him too and dry lips. Seeing the day that Kaken fell into the river was pretty memorable too. The scowl on his face when Izuku tried helping him up. His last week in middle school. When his life started to turn around. Kaken had asked him why he never tried magic, and it sparked his progression up to this point. It was kind of funny, what Kaken was the whole reason he could even try to save one life. Meeting his first friend in years, Mishiro. The days he spent training in the dojo with him. Doing homework and even just goofing off sometimes. Having someone that believed in him for once was pretty nice too. Chasing down the villain that attacked the bank was pretty fun. Chasing him down was easy, but the guys had quite the offense. It was sure lucky that he had met Mirio at the time. His first meeting with Ida could have gone much better. Getting called out for mumbling during the explanation for the UA entrance exam was pretty embarrassing. Meeting both Aoyama and Uraraka back-to-back was pretty funny. I think I met Toru too, but that would be a rude assumption. I can't quite remember if it was her voice or not. It would be nice to think that Izuku made an impact on everyone when he stopped the zero-pointer from moving all by himself. Even if it was for a short bit. Ojiro never let go that I didn't actually talk the first time Uraraka talked to me. Izuku laughed a little as he fell. Meeting Eraserhead was pretty cool, even if the class was threatened with expulsion. Beating Katsuki was something I never thought would happen. I acted like an but though. Being forced into the class president position was a little weird for Izuku, but he enjoyed it a bit. Oh, yeah, the villain invasion at the USJ. That set me off. Warning, rare meter building. Really, you aren't even gonna let me die in peace? What a FING joke. Playing chess as a class, and his explosion at Todoroki. Saving Eri. It wasn't a mistake. It was something he hoped could lead to him being a martyr. A beacon of hope for the girl as someone else would save her. Then it all faded to white. It's fine, boy. Are you okay? The older man put his hand on Deku's shoulders. He nodded in response. Are you sure? I don't want you damaging yourself just to get rid of my girl's scars. She wanted to be a hero and it was her choice. I may not like it, but it's what she's wanted to do for a long time. He continued to speak as if she wasn't right behind her classmate. That's part of the job, and it wouldn't make sense for you to get hurt to fix her pain. Deku smiled as he looked up at the man. Isn't that what heroes do, sir? They meddle where they aren't supposed to, and always help with a smile. Relationship with Ganma Azui raised to 15%. God damn, and he's good. With that, Deku started to laugh. It got harder and harder as a tear came to his eyes. What's so funny, boy? I'm sorry, sir, but I've been holding this in since I met you, he kept laughing. My quirk has a relationship gauge that tells me a little bit of what people think of me, and watching yours has been a little too funny. With him letting that cat out of the bag, Tsuyu and Ganma both blushed as the frogged man pointed at the door. Out. Deku stood up and walked out. Understood, sir. I'll see you in class on Monday, Tsu. He walked out almost robotically with a salute. The man grinned, then realized that if the boy wanted to, he wouldn't have left. His name was Mirai Kanosei. A wanted vigilante. Not for anything really, although those in charge didn't like a part of his quirk. After years of training, he was able to run through timelines. There was a clear difference between running through time and running between timelines. This tall, gruff man ran right into a child. One whose hair he recognized and saw before anything else. Oh, Izuku, thank God it's you. I don't have time to explain much. I figure I have about an hour before they track me here. Why are you a child? Do I know you? Wait, why are you a child? Is this a world where everything happened about 20 years later? No, that wouldn't make sense. You would still be an adult, maybe then. He rambled on for a short while before yelling. Goddamn it. Why did you have to rub off on me, mumbles? The man just decided to cut the time short and take one of his gloves off before touching Izuku's hand. He saw the flashes of the boy's future. He saw it looping over and over again. He saw the same result every time except the one where he interacted. Then they heard a scream. The man reached out and grabbed Izuku's wrist. You can't go. If you do, you die. Over and over, trapped in a time loop. I can't see too far into the future when I touch you, but I can see that you will be able to help them later. Just please trust me and go home. I don't want you to end up living the same moment over and over. I want to be able to jump into this timeline and see one of the best generations of heroes ever produced. You are stopping everyone's timelines from progressing. The man looked at Izuku as the life drained from the boy's eyes. He wasn't sorry that he told Izuku this, but knew that this was the only way to stop the boy from continuing to try to save that girl. You're already 20 years behind the rest of the timelines. You need to stop Izuku. Save her later. I promise you can. Mirai had no clue if Izuku would actually save her later. He just needed this to stop. It just hurt the entire time stream to have a timeline so far behind the rest. Izuku just walked away from the scream. When he got a pop-up, timeline restored. So that guy was telling the truth. Or at least wasn't completely crazy. Izuku just made his way home slowly. He came in without yelling to his mom, or without even talking. Slowly wandering into his room and flopping onto the bed. He just lay there blankly and spaced out. He couldn't comprehend that he had stopped the entire world from moving forward for 20 years. Did that make him 35? Or did that mean that he had robbed everyone of when they should have been living in? He was stuck, thinking about what should have been. Author's note: yes, I coped out of trying to rewrite the story a bit. I just kinda hit a brick wall and came up with this idea for a plot point in the shower. Also, from now on, I'm answering all possible reviews at the end of the stats section. Also, if you want to learn more about Mirai Kanosei, he is a character from Helpful Is As Hero Does, which is another one of my stories. Although he isn't in it much and will be coming back later. Deku stats. Level 3. HP 340. Focus 800. Strength 20. Agility 15. Vigor 17. Intelligence 17. Wisdom 34, plus 8 from Turtle's mind. Unspent points 11. Skills. Tear Off level 7. This skill uses focus to increase your strength when ripping or tearing at something, allowing the user to pull with great force. Increases strength 45% when using and costs 5 focus. Basic Focus Control level 8. This skill allows someone to move the focus they use in their body and move it in the air around them. Some famous magic users from history would call this mana or chi. Upon reaching this level of control, you can move the focus around your body freely and manipulate it within 3 feet of your body without costing focus. Every additional foot beyond that takes 10 focus per second in use. Dish Cleaning level 10. This skill allows the user to get some serious stains out of any dishware while cleaning. The cleaning rate increased 100%. Cooking level 1. This skill allows the user to cook. While it may not be the best, it will restore 5% HP or focus. Useless Assault level 6. When attacking someone with a higher strength, intelligence, or agility, you can make an attack you know won't work almost like a feint. If they counter, you can chain this into a dodge. Costs 4 focus. Basic Martial Arts level 5. Martial arts are a deadly form of hand-to-hand fighting that has been passed down for centuries. The basics include how to punch, kick, and block. Passively increases your unarmed damage by 40% as well as giving you knowledge on how to fight. Focused Puncture level 3. By channeling the focus from your fist into your target, you create what feels like a puncturing attack. This deals damage based on your strength and wisdom, dealing 25% of both and ignoring 30% of armors. It costs 25 focus to use. Power Throw level 4. With this skill, you channel focus into something you are about to throw, increasing its rotation speed and its aerodynamics. This allows it to fly farther and hit harder. This adds your wisdom to the damage it would normally do. It costs 6 focus to use this skill. Turtle Shell Shield level 3. This skill embodies what the turtle's body is all about. Protection of yourself and others. The shield takes damage and drains focus in a replacement. You can manifest it up to as large as your body and as small as the palm of your hand. The conversion ratio is for every 8 horsepower the attack would drain, it drains 1 focus. Turtle's Mind level max. This skill represents the mind of a turtle. Bold and wise. It is a passive boost to wisdom and an increase of 25%. Stealth level 2, a ninja's second best tool. This skill uses your agility to hide your presence. It takes 5 focus a second to use this skill. You can now hide in the shadow of your opponent, making it seem like you are not there at all. Assassination Level 3. When unseen from your foe, you can strike the most deadly of spots. When unseen or unknown of, you can start using both your agility and strength. You can combine this skill with other attacks. This skill now also boosts your damage by 15%. It takes 15 focus to use this skill. Sound-alike Level 3. This is more or less just being able to use your wisdom to copy someone's personality. It works great, and you can even gain the skills of others by copying them, nothing physical but mental. This only works if you know the person well enough. Each level increases the copy and the chance of gaining a skill. Hero's Courage Level 1. This skill uses your wisdom to boost the stats of those you target, increasing in effectiveness based on what you say to who. Max increase is 10% and costs 30 focus. Dragon's Rage Level 1. Requires full rage, drains 1% of focus per second, then 0.5% health until at 5%. The rule is broken if life is in danger without the rage. Triple all stats, and lose access to current abilities. During this time, your most sadistic nature and truest feelings come out. Has access to hidden abilities. Fire Resistance Level 1. Take 5% less fire damage. Pretty simple. Meditation Level 1. It seems there was an error in your spirit animal. The system has decided to fuse them. Once re-leveled to the max, this ability will level your spirit animal and give you access to Dragon's Rage hidden abilities, as well as new ones from the fusion. Intimidate Level Max. This skill shows the rage inside you. Or at least that's what others think. The skill rolls your wisdom against their smarts or wisdom. Not really. Still just a stat checker. Takes 10 focus to use. Boosts wisdom during use by 25%. Originally Katsuki Bakugo's ability learned through sound-alike. Theorycraft Level Max. This allows the user to think of new skills while meditating. These skills only work if put into practice within 1 hour. Theorycraft only allows for possible skills with current abilities. Theorycraft takes half of the current focus with a minimum of 25% max focus in your gauge. The success rate is based on int wisdom plus skill needed for activity, 30-100 rounded up to the nearest whole percent. Upon creation, this skill has a 100% chance of success rate for its first use. This skill gets harder to use the more you use it, even more so when you succeed. Focus Health Level 1. By moving your focus into the body of another, you STMLT their cells with your unnatural energy, causing them to heal much faster than normal. Within 4 hours you could close and heal some life-threatening wounds. This can fix scarring and restores the target's fatigue. It takes about 10 minutes to heal small wounds and scrapes. This uses 2 focus a second, allowing you to use it for 3.5 hours. The cost scales with your focus at the moment. Once you can use it for 4 hours, the cost will start to increase. Focus Pull Level 1. This skill measures your strength and wisdom versus an opponent's strength to pull them right to you. The distance limit at the moment is 20 feet. Takes 50 focus to use. Stance. Boxing Level 1. This is one of the many fighting stances you can acquire. This stance focuses on footwork and hard-hitting punches. When in this stance, you can't kick, but punches gain an extra 100% damage. Inko Midoriya, 100%, relationship, parent. Katsuki Bakugo, 75%, relationship, rivals, friends, bully, classmate. Shota Aizawa, 50%, relationship, grateful teacher. Siu Azui, 50%, relationship, potential partner, friend, classmate, the one you will heal. Mashireo Ojiro, 20%, relationship, best friends, classmate. Chiko Uraraka, 20%, relationship, inspired, friends, classmate. Fumikage Tokoyami, 20%, relationship, friends, classmate, the one you protected. Tenya Ida, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Ijiro Kirishima, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Mina Ishido, 15%, relationship, friends, classmate. Nizu, 15% relationship, mentor, giver of quests. Relationship with Baru Azui raised to 15%, The nice boy her girl brought home. Relationship with Ganma Ajui raised to 15%. God damn and he's good. Yuga Aoyama. 10%. Relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Denki Kaminari. 10%. Relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Koji Koda. 10%. Relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Rikido Sato. 10%. Relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Mizo Shoji. 10%. Relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Kyoka Jiro. 10%. Relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Hanta Siro. 10%. Relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Toru Hagakure. 10%. Relationship, acquaintances, classmate. Momo Yaoyorozu. 10%. Relationship, neutral, classmate, respectful rival. Minoru Mineta. 0%. Relationship, spiteful, resented, jealousy, classmate, neutral. Shoto Todoroki. -30%. Relationship, enemy, classmate, target of hatred and sadness, the one you outed. Reviews. From guests, right now. And yes, I would love to see this as a comic. I would much rather write a comic but can't draw. From Garaboard. Yeah, I love this series too, although writing anything now that I have even the smallest of following is stressful. I never thought that anyone would read anything I wrote. From Mystery 889. Really the idea with the slime was it covered the areas he didn't have yet. For example, infiltration. Although I ended up disliking it myself later. From Kristaloff the Philosopher. Well, it's not the race anymore. Haha. From Project Iceman. Yeah, after you pointed that out I started to really dislike my choice.